a nightmare.
On your mind, just like you were mine. I don't find peace within you.
That's my friend wrote it.
Only pieces of you. You fill my heart with uncertainty. I feel alone when you're next to me. Wish you knew how much you meant to me. You're the reason for my anxiety. You fill my heart with uncertainty. I feel alone when you're next to me. Wish you knew how much you meant to me. You're the reason for my anxiety. Anxiety. fill my heart with uncertainty. I feel alone when you're next to me. Wish you knew how much you meant to me. You're the reason for my anxiety. You fill my heart with uncertainty. I feel alone when you're next to me. Wish you knew
Yeah.
how much you meant to me.
They're tiny little chihuahuas. They're very beautiful. Is that okay?
it's just us. Guess I thought I was in love. 'Cause if I wasn't, who was I? And why'd you stay those mornings? I hope you felt something too. And now we used to waste our days just listening to songs I made. Yeah, they're all about you. Yes, that's what I get for trying. I'm half in love and half on fire. Thought that you would be too. But maybe that's what I deserve. Fall too quick, not to get hurt. Hope I find another you. Find another you. Losing all of my sleep. Think of you and can't breathe. Don't bother thinking you're the same. 'Cause if you were, we'd be okay. Had you love what I do? Holding on to what was. I guess that's what love does. Yes, that's what I get for trying. I'm half in love and half on fire. Thought that you would be too. Maybe that's what I deserve. Fall too quick, not to get burned. Hope I find another you. Find another you. Hope I find you. Hope I find you. Hope I find you. Find another you. I'm not the girl that I used to be. Sometime I'm more than words. I'm beyond what I once was. I don't believe in love. Hey, hey. If I want something, I got it. Hey, hey. Oh, baby, I don't need love me. Hey, hey. 'Cause your love, I cannot buy it. Wasn't real with you, boy. Real, wasn't real with you, boy. You won't give me too much chances. I don't care, I'm fine, I'm fancy brighter. Yeah, yeah, oh boy, I'm telling goodbye, I'm telling goodbye, hey. Yeah, oh boy, I'm telling goodbye, I'm telling goodbye. I'm not the girl that I used to be. Sometimes I'm more than words. I'm beyond what I once was. I don't believe in love. Hey, hey. If I want something, I got it. Hey, hey. Oh, baby, I don't need love me. Hey, hey. 'Cause your love, I cannot buy it. Wasn't real with you, boy. Real, wasn't real with you, boy. You won't give me too much chances. I don't care, I'm fine, I'm fancy brighter. Yeah, yeah, oh boy, I'm telling goodbye, I'm telling goodbye, hey. Yeah, oh boy, I'm telling goodbye, I'm telling goodbye.
to 9, let's start. It's not 10 to 9, it's 10 past 10. My watch still doesn't work. It's a running joke that I have in my own head. Good morning. Hands up if you're excited for today. Me too. Me too. It's been a journey. We had the first day online. We cried. Yesterday, we rolled our sleeves up and we dug straight into teaching and learning. And there was this feeling I was just telling Ruth and Laura. I was just telling you about when Dame Alison spoke to us and we were all drinking it up because we just felt so seen. Yeah? And there's this sense, and Lucy and I have been on this journey for a very long time, of letting tutors feel more seen by mainstream education, about celebrating our place in mainstream education. And so this day is going to be going deeper into that. And at the end of this day, I will not ask you to tell me what you've learned and what you're going to action, because you're going to be exhausted and overwhelmed and relaxed and inspired. And in 3 weeks, it's going to percolate, 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 and then something will sprout. So that next time we get together in January? Okay. Then, okay, very good. What took you so long? So next time we get together, we'll be able to say what we've learned, what we've gained. I haven't welcomed our friends online. Good morning.
Morning.
Turn around, say good morning.
I said...
Is that a backwards wave? Okay. There's always one. There's always one, and it's always Arthur. I might pick on you today because you're the bloke.
Feel free.
Okay, fine.
I'll give as good as I get. So.
Oh no, I might not pick on you then. So good morning. So what we're going to do today is we're going to have 2 panels. The first one is going to be diving into special educational needs and disabilities and how the support of tutors can make an immense difference to our students who are really struggling to access learning in the classroom. And we each have our own experiences of that. So we know that we're talking to people who already know this space. And we have real experts here, Lucy and Kaylee, who are going to be diving really deep into what it looks like to help those learners, celebrating what success looks like in that space and how open-ended that success is, yes? It's not an 8 in maths GCSE necessarily. It might be boosted confidence and the ability to sit and cooperate, or come out of your bedroom, or whatever those needs are that are far, far more complex, and those successes that are far, far more complex and closer aligned with life outcomes. We were talking about that just now, weren't we? And I think that focus on life outcomes and the skills that are going to take us way further than our years in school are something that we're going to be really focusing on today, because the second session is going to be looking at disadvantage and how tutoring can be used to close the advantage gap or reduce the advantage gap. Then there are 2 awesome workshops. The first is by a close friend of mine, Christine Nicholson, who has approached a business mindset, will knock your socks off and help. Right? So Ayush and I, we were talking this morning about the tutor business mindset and how you become an educator and then all of a sudden you have to also balance your books and take on new people and consider HR and all those complex things and use social media in a way that you hadn't thought that you were going to need to in your life, because now you're outside the protective space of the school. And you have to go and find out your own work. And the summer is not a time to put your feet up. The summer is a time to plan for what your next year is going to look like. So there are all these different touch points in the similarities, but also the differences in tutoring and teaching that we'll be able to explore today. Before we get started on all of that, oh, no, and one more thing. Right at the end, Hannah Knowles, Art of Brilliance, is going to leave you cartwheeling out of this room at the end of the day. I promise you we will leave you on a high. We are not going to filter out of this day. There's not going to be any sort of flat balloon noises at the end of this day. What's that? May I have your attention? what's actually going to happen is that you are going to be leaving full of zest. Yeah? Because Art of Brilliance know what's what, and Hannah is going to give us a lift that we're going to need that's going to take us forward. Please don't forget that Sunday is World... Hannah Knowles, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. So please don't forget that Sunday is World Tutors Day. We are going to be rolling out videos that we're recording at the moment with you guys, all about what tutoring looks like, feels like, what your tutor story is. If you want to record those, Andrea, you're recording them again today? Excellent. And if our lovely friends online want to join those recordings, Andrea can probably grab a Zoom and do some recordings for you as well. We want to capture those stories because we want to celebrate those stories. I'm nearly there. Ayush is going to be hosting the first panel, and you're going to be asking the questions as a dad. And I think that's really, really important because it's gorgeous and important for us to be a professional development community that supports each other, that raises standards, that reassures, that asks the difficult questions and learns and grows together. But since we know that we're really here for the children, we must also represent the other needs of the other stakeholders. And so the needs of the parents and of the schools, and how to explain what we do to them, how to reassure them, how to communicate with them, which you are ridiculously excellent at, Lucy, is one of the things that we're going to be learning about today. Not just bolstering up our own community, but how our community can make a difference to its stakeholders. There are so many touch points there. So before we do all of that, I just want to share with you something that I wanted to make really, really clear. QT membership is about making sure that tutors have everything they need. Making sure that everything you need is our commitment, Odette and I. And we are committed to making sure that you have... Would you mind just showing that slide, please? Yeah. We are committed to making sure that you have professional development communities, that you have digital credentials, that you have a directory listing, that you have discounts, and that it's affordable. Because it's all about leading this change together. By bringing us together and being proactive about what excellence in tutoring looks like, we make the difference. So making sure you have everything you need and you can access it at an affordable price is what we're committed to. And the ways of working with us, I've got a clicker. The ways of working with us are membership. So if you're a tutor or a tutor business, you should be a QT member. Because by being a QT member, you are leading expectation. You're showing parents what to look for. If you're not a tutor, but you're a person who supports tutors, then you may want to be a QT partner. So Pencil Spaces, Chartered College, these are QT partners. And what they do is they extend their resources and make them available to tutors in the same way that they would to teachers. You can accredit your course. So many of us here in this room jolly well know how to write an awesome course. And what we want to do is use our systems to help you to extend your reach. And that could be through accreditation. And we have a lovely accreditation process that looks at how curious, reflective, and... I was setting that up. Give them a second. And generous. The learning is that you're creating. So we know what we're looking for in a course, and we want to bring excellent courses to each other, yeah? And then an affiliate. So if you want to benefit by encouraging other people to make use of our courses, there is an affiliate system that we can set up with a code. It's really simple. Hannah knows what she's doing with the codes and the links and the plugins, and she loves it. And then coaching and quality assurance. We would be happy to support you in your business development, in your leadership development, in your systems development. We have people on our team who would be happy to come and have a look and help you at what you do. And there's people in this room who have already made use of those opportunities, and it's made a real difference to the way they run their businesses. So on that note, thank you, welcome. My lovely panelists, would you be happy to come and join us? And don't fall off the stools. I'm going to sit here so that I... Thank you, darling.
Kelly, have a seat. Is Rachel also trying?
Rachel! I'm so sorry, I didn't... I need this. I need it. Yeah. Oh.
Perfect.
Oh my
So I
gosh.
can use them for social.
My feet
and
don't
jump up.
touch
Thank you.
My feet do not
I'm
touch
so
My feet
sorry
don't
you
really
weren't in my
reach.
sight line, so I didn't
no,
say your
that's
name.
All right. No problemo.
Who doesn't have a glass and wants one?
Could I have a glass, please?
I can't get off the
Thank
stool.
you.
I'm too far away.
I'm here for the day now.
to drink it anyway.
I can pass.
The cameras.
They're really twisted.
You come and sit on the
Feel like I'm on a
stool.
roller coaster. Thank you. I might have
Good,
to
actually, I
come
did
on my
get
dad
that
for me.
already. Thank you so much.
Okay, lovely people.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Yes.
It is such a pleasure to have this opportunity to be with all of you and to have an August panel of experts to discuss such an important and exciting topic. You know, when I was given the opportunity to host a panel, and this is the panel I want to be on. These are the people I want to get to chat with. So again, thank you for being here and sharing your deep, deep expertise with us. We at Pencil Spaces have made a real commitment to spend the next 12 months of our product roadmap exclusively heavily focused on improving accessibility, to improving the ways in which the barriers to learning that exist can be navigated. But, you know, we're not experts in this space. As a dad, I get, front row seats to my child. I observe him learn. I observe many other little people learn and grow. But, I don't have the special lens that you have developed over the years and with your domain expertise. So educate us, please. What are these barriers that we're talking about? Kaylee, starting with you.
So I think I mentioned to you earlier, we had a little pre-brief earlier, and I said there's kind of two ways you can come at that. It's the barriers that prevent the individual child from learning, or it's the society that puts the barriers up that stops or reduces the opportunity to learn. And it's so wide-reaching. There's so many different answers to that question, which is a shame because, I'd love to say, right, this is the pinpoint, this is what we need to do, and that will solve the problem. But actually, I know from experience that it's on an individual basis, and you have to work individually with that child, with that family, with the school, with the wider community to encourage and to promote learning for that one individual child. Of course, there are things that barriers that people will share, but ultimately it comes down to that one individual child. And so as a business and as a tutor, that's the privilege we have, is that we get to work with these children on a one-to-one basis and get to know them and their family and their community, and to not only reduce their barriers to learning, but to educate other people about reducing it further afield.
Right. I really love the case-by-case individualized approach, because every person is clearly unique, and bringing that lens, that's what I love about tutoring, period, right? It's so individualized and really understands, and I think in areas like this that really shines. Lucy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think following on from what Kaylee said, I mean, there's loads of people here that know how to pedagogically support, the SEND needs that we see that create these barriers. But I think probably my area of expertise that can sort of also feed into this is the understanding about finance. So it's all very well that you've got a great educator who is really experienced with working on personalising learning, but if they've got a class of 30 and they've got, or 33 or 30 more than that now, and they don't understand that when a child stops being able to come to school, how can they help them? So I think what I work with is how we can empower the schools to understand how they can approach the local authority for funding to support those students, because I think that's the big issue that we see for so many students. They're left in this educational limbo, all because the school doesn't understand how to, and I'm not pointing fingers at the school here, they haven't been provided with the information. So that's my role, sort of not as a tutor anymore supporting these students, but as a sort of business leader that focuses on making sure that the schools, making sure that parents understand how they can help the schools to approach, to get the funding. And that I think is a big barrier that we're seeing at the moment.
Got it. Thank you. Rachel.
So I am the parent of a child with a disability. So on the SEND side, just to sort of follow on from Lucy's point before we come back to your question, I think funding is really difficult. And I think like things like organising and getting EHCP plans improved and all of those things, I have lived experience of that. It is tricky. But in terms of your question, I think the way that I approach barriers to learning or helping students remove barriers to learning is sort of to work on 3 pillars. So I'm an academic coach, so I don't look at and work on content or subject-specific things. What I work on is domain general skills. And the 3 pillars that I work on are skills, will, and belief. So I think at the core of what, and Kaylee, you're absolutely right, it's so diverse what different students have in terms of their problem. But at the core of what I see that happens quite a lot is just this lack of engagement with education and this feeling that education is being done to you by either the parents or the school. And so in terms of belief, we really think about what are our beliefs about education? What are my beliefs about myself, my ability, my intelligence? What are my goals? Not my parents' goals, not my teachers' goals, not anyone else's goals. What do I want to achieve in life? And then thinking about how can I use school and the support of education to help me get to where I want to be. So really trying to help students to sort of be individual. And I think the other big barrier to learning, I think when we think about beliefs and we think about the words we tell ourselves and the pictures we paint in our heads, that can really, if our self-talk is really poor and we think we can't do it, or we think there's no point in trying, or we think that failure or getting things wrong is something to be ashamed of, it's very difficult to make progress. So I do a lot of work with students on beliefs, and then we think about skills. So within skills, we're looking at things like evidence-based study skills. How can I get a return on my time investment? So a lot of students are spending their time on the wrong things that are just not going to help them progress. So we look at evidence-based study skills, study planning, how to understand a syllabus, a curriculum. And then on terms of will, we're really looking there as motivation and resilience. So how do I, once I've set myself a plan, how do I make sure that each day I make a bit of progress towards it? So the work that I do as a coach is much more around, to your point earlier, Julie, it's much more around life skills. So what do I need to be successful? So even if I start my own business, I still need a goal. I still need to think about my beliefs. I need a plan. I need motivate, all of the things, whether it's at school or not, we need, these life skills are really helpful. So kind of a long answer to your question, but there's some of the approaches I use in terms of sort of trying to bring down some of those barriers to learning.
Got it.
I really feel that everything has been represented in the different elements of this process, working with the systems, working with the families, working with the individual student. And I find the phrase barriers to learning really interesting because I always think about the school gates and I think about the barriers to communication between the different stakeholders. So lifting those barriers and creating clarity and transparency and trust between the school, the intervention, the parents and the child is the other element there. And the barrier to lifting those school gates, those barriers, is headspace. And I know, because I'm going through it at the moment, it is very, very difficult to make headspace for those difficult conversations. And, we as parents, we're endlessly committed to the needs of our children. And the schools are endlessly committed to the needs of our children. But opening your mind to what that might look like and accessing all the different help from all the different professionals all at the same time is so overwhelming when you're trying to also make dinner and also have a job. And so headspace is one of the barriers, I think, that we don't even see that's holding us back sometimes.
Definitely. I've been working with a couple of parents lately, actually, who say exactly that. And I'm helping them to go through the EHC process and to get the funding and the support that they need. But I have the parents telling me they don't have time for this. They don't have time to collect all the evidence. They don't have time to, because their child isn't going to school. Their child is having meltdowns and their house is chaos. And, it's heartbreaking because there is so much extra legwork that parents of children with special educational needs need to do, as opposed to somebody who has maybe a neurotypical child.
And there's an irony there.
Yeah.
There's an irony because the people who need the most help don't have the headspace to access it.
Yeah.
As you've all been incredibly successful in making an impact in this arena, share with us some of your greatest success stories that you're most proud of, and tell us what it is, about your beliefs, about your will, your skills that helped you make that happen. Starting with you, Kelly.
So, I mean, I haven't really taught for a long time now, but when I first started out, actually at Love Tutoring Festival, is when I started tutoring with the support of LTF. And it was then that I started, obviously I worked with children with SEND beforehand in a lot of different roles, but as a tutor, I remember going into a child's house and he just wouldn't come out from under his bed. Just wouldn't, he didn't want to engage, didn't want me to be there. He was so removed from education that he was scared of education. He was scared of what I'd make him do, that we'd do writing and we'd do this, that, and the other. And it probably took about 6 weeks of me coming nearly every day and just bringing games or just having a chat.
You showed up every day.
I showed up every
for
day.
6 weeks.
Yes, yes.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
Eventually, he came out from under his bed, and we didn't have the perfect sessions. They were a little bit all over the place sometimes. Some days he was too tired, but we focused on doing really fun things. I remember the thing that he found the most fun was, because he had this thing about volcanoes. So we did the whole volcano experiment with the vinegar and the...
And the mess.
And the mess. And of course, that spoke to him the most. And we did that experiment over and over and over again for a few hours, just so he could really he just wanted to watch the lava flowing out, and he wanted to watch how it splashed onto the floor. And then that was my in. I was like, okay, we've got some sensory things going on here. We need to start focusing on messy play, and we need to play. And as lots of you know, I come from a very play-based background as an early years teacher. And that's what I do, and that's what I encourage my tutors to do, is that we play with our children. We allow them the space to play, because play is learning. And some of these children have been forced into school way too early, in my opinion. And they haven't had that opportunity to explore play and to experiment with play. And that's what a lot of them are missing. So.
Yeah. That's really interesting. I think, the best vector into some of these experiences for these children is just joy, right? And if you can access that joy through, vinegar and baking soda, that's a great recipe.
Yeah, we also did Mentos and Coca-Cola.
Mentos and Coca-Cola. Better.
We were sitting at dinner last night, and your little one, he's 6 years old, and he didn't stop playing the whole time. And he didn't have the screen. He didn't have a screen in front of him. He had Post-its from Kirsten's handbag, and he had a serviette, and he had a pencil, and he was busy. And he couldn't make us the great big structure because he needed colors for that, and he needed some straws and some tape that he had at home, so he'd make that for us later. And he was so involved in this whole, he was so engaged. And that's what we're looking for. And that's what we struggle to see. And that's the outcome that we're really seeking.
I mean, for me, so there's 359,000 children who have got EHCPs in England, and there's 1.1 million children on SEN support. So although talking about success stories, I think, is important, and I think we've had some lovely examples there, I think that's one of the problems, is that people, schools, I hear this a lot, oh, well, we have managed to reintegrate one other student. Yeah, that's not the student we're talking about, And I think that every day I speak with schools and teachers who talk about maybe other children that have had a particular response to something that's happened. So, oh, they're coming in for a part-time timetable. That's worked for lots of our other students. well, it's clearly not working for the one we're talking about, you know? So I think that whilst talking about the success stories is really important, and I think shines a light and hope, and, you know, for many people who have got, you know, super negative things going on with their children out of school, you know, I do think that, you know, for me, one of my personal success stories, now I'm not actually delivering the education myself, is that, you know, at the beginning of this year, we were working with 2 local authorities providing their alternative provision. Within 5 months, we're working with 33, and I hope to grow that to 100 in a year's time. And obviously, there's 312 in England. So that would be my success, is that, you know, of all the students within 18 months of working with our alternative provision, we've managed to reintegrate them back into a setting or move them onto an EOTAS plan, which means that the local authority agree that home education and home tutoring and alternative provision and sort of mixed media, if you like, approach to education is the right thing for them long term, so they're not looking to reintegrate them back into a school. But for me, that's our success. But when you look at the numbers, I don't think it's appropriate in maybe talking like in a panel like this to sort of make it sound too positive, because it's actually really like a huge crisis right now. Sorry to be a dampener on it.
Could you just unpack some of those terms, please? Could you unpack alternative provision and EOTAS, please?
So alternative provision is what is put in place by an educational setting when they've got a student on roll who they're trying to reintegrate either back into the same setting or they're looking for a placement and they're looking to reintegrate them back into a specialist setting or something like that. So alternative provision, you've got 2 types of alternative provision. You've got alternative provision schools, which are hubs and settings, and you know, sort of might be latched onto a mainstream school or a specialist school, and they are a physical place where the student would go, and they will have like a mixture of different approaches. But for my service is what we call an alternative provision service, because those students couldn't go to a setting because they couldn't go to school, and they knew people, they had friends there, and they knew the teachers, and they weren't able to go there. So why would they be able to go to some new random place, you know? So we work to integrate them back, maybe initially into an alternative provision hub sort of setting, and then eventually into a school, or to be agreed EOTAS, which is educated other than at school. And I think a lot of people get very confused with like home education, EOTAS, alternative provision. The thing for alternative, because I get parents and schools saying, but we don't want them to be, you know, educated at home, because then they will know that they don't have to come back to school anymore. I was like, you don't understand alternative provision. We want you, like, the biggest success way of like us as a service showing our success is our reintegration rate. So I want the children to be back in a setting, maybe not the school that they've come from. Often there's like educational trauma, there's issues with that setting, so it means that we'd be looking at a replacement. But you know, I just think understanding all the terms, firstly, for anyone maybe watching who isn't a specialist in this area, firstly, just making sure that everyone you speak to knows what these terms mean, because I think as tutors, we will deal with a lot of students in these situations, and so we've got to empower like the educators in school to understand, so they can like get in place, you know, the support that the students need. So
that's a job in itself.
Yeah, and that's like the advocacy side of what we need to do as tutors in terms of helping others to understand.
Yeah. I really want to acknowledge you for one of the first few things you said. I think this is such a tall mountain to climb that, you know, it is hard in some ways to think of successes. Maybe it's a bit American of me, but you know, we're big on celebrating the small wins, because when the mountain is that tall and the task is that important, it's really, really important to encourage ourselves as well and support ourselves. You know, put on our own oxygen mask as we put it on so many others around ourselves, to really, you know, celebrate the wins, right? And then keep on building on that momentum, because it's a huge challenge that we are working on. And you know, I want to make sure we celebrate you folks for the work that you're doing, but also recognize that the mountain is tall. Rachel, is there anything you'd like to add on this?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I agree with your point, Lucy, in terms of the challenge. I think for children, perhaps with SEND for a lot of students, I think schools don't have the resources. I don't necessarily think schools have always the skills to apply for an EHCP plan, to put those things in place for them. I think it is a huge challenge. So in terms of my personal experience as a parent of doing this, so I've got 2 children, unfortunately, who both have genetic hearing loss. So my son is severely deaf, my daughter is moderately severely deaf. It's just one of those things. I have a recessive gene, Dad has a recessive gene, and together they just they have a challenge. But one of the things that as a parent, my lived experience has sort of made me really passionate about. It's also about really raising expectations for children with SEND. And I am very passionate about the way that teachers sometimes or people speak about children with SEND. And to me, obviously there's a huge spectrum of students, but the things that, if I think about the things that have been said to me about my children and what would or would not be possible for them, I just ignore it all. 100%. I'm like, I won't even listen to it. They're both at mainstream schools. They both speak. We don't use any sign language. We did a lot of auditory verbal training. They've obviously needed a lot of support, especially my son, and he's got an educational healthcare plan. But yes, that is something I'm passionate about. And when I listen to students and they'll come to me and they'll say, someone said to me, oh, that's really good for a dyslexic student. And I am...
The whole room did that just then.
I'm like, oh. So yeah, that is something I think that's a really important job, and I'm sure we all do, is really raising expectations and raising what's possible, raising the bar for these students.
Gorgeous.
Incredible. What, I imagine many of us as tutoring practitioners may not always know that we are working with a student who may have special needs. The student themselves sometimes, and the parents may not know that, their special needs to be addressed. What is your, advice, guidance to members of our community here to enter a relationship with the right detectors turned on so that they can quickly explore, navigate the needs that the student may have, just so they can orient themselves as quickly as possible to meeting the student and the family where they are?
That's a big question.
Yeah, it's a big question. So I'm kind of going back to some of my roots here. I was a nursery manager for quite a while and assistant Senko. We worked together, so I had to have a lot of initial conversations with families directly to alert them to the fact that there might be something that we need to explore with their children, and that was not always received very well. And what the main takeaway I took from it was that we are not there to diagnose these children. That is not our role. Our role is to make sure that these children have access to the right support. So what I would always suggest is starting that conversation with parents and just saying, oh, I've noticed so-and-so is doing this. Is that something they do often? Have you spoken with the school about this one thing? Is it okay if I approach the school to ask them? And, it's not going in and saying, I think your child is autistic. I think this, that, and the other. That's not the way to cultivate that relationship. And as use your professional judgment and find the resources. If you're not familiar with, PDA or other
Can you
needs.
explain the TLA?
Pathological demand avoidance. So it's usually subset with autism, and it's the anxiety behind presenting, or it's the anxiety behind being asked to do something that we might deem as really simple, like go and pick that pen up. But actually the anxiety behind that is too much for a child to bear, and it will usually result in a meltdown or complete apathy for what's going on around you. But that's, that I've learned that through my own research because I've experienced children with this condition. So as a professional, when you're trying to support these children, it's about doing your research, for one. It's about having those difficult conversations, but in a way that's going to acknowledge the parents. Often, when you approach a parent and say, oh, I've noticed this about your child, very often they say, yes, do you think it could be? Because most of the time, parents are very, very on top of what's going on with their children. From my experience, obviously you do have one or two parents that are absolutely in denial, and then in that case it's really, really difficult, but you have to make those professional judgments, and whether that is the right family for you if they're putting barriers to their own children's learning. You have to make those difficult choices sometimes, but yeah, that would be my advice, is
every child can at times be challenging. As a parent, I can.
Well, we don't know what you mean.
I'm sure we can all agree. So I just wanted to put a nuance for all of us here. What is, at what point do you say, hey, you know what, this was not just a bad day, right? But there's a pattern here that may be worth studying. At what point do you? I'm just curious to understand if you have if you could put a finer point on that for us. And some of us interact with our children online, which again, filters out a lot of the signal at times, right? Any insight that you could offer there?
Do you mean in terms of the tutor observing the child and observing those? Yeah, so my advice would be possibly keeping a log of things so that you can really see if there's I'm a really big fan of ABC. I always think of it antipasti, but it's not. The thing that happens before the behaviour, and then the consequence of the behaviour.
Oh, lovely.
So I can never remember what the first one is, but it's definitely not antipasta. Antecede, there we go. So it's what happens before. So if you're seeing a child that is, I don't know, walking out of a that's quite extreme. You probably won't see that straight away. But a child who maybe is diverting your attention, trying to avoid a certain task, and they're avoiding the same tasks at the same times every time, then you can start seeing those patterns building up. And then you've got something tangible to work with, and you can actually start putting something in place for that. So I've noticed that at this point in the session, when I've asked them to do some writing, they're not responding well to that. So how can I work around that?
Interesting. Because, for me, in addition to working on pencil spaces, I tutor regularly. And I have a child whom I teach who just loves to alt-tab to YouTube. At one point, I was just thinking, gee, this child clearly does not like mathematics. And that is my job, is to work towards changing that level of interest. But this happened enough that we weren't sure what is going on, and the parent thought, well, maybe I'm not engaging the child well enough, and we kept going back and forth on this, and it remains an unsolved challenge, at least in our interaction.
Everybody in the room has got solutions in their mind for you right now.
Yeah.
I'm guaranteed. Right?
Have
have you thought about? But what if it?
Yeah. What are some solutions for a novice tutor?
I think that's a really interesting one, because a learner has very personalized ways. I could say to you, oh, try this, but that's my style. And I would just say that everyone needs to work on, and the fact that you're questioning it already, I think that whole reflection piece is so important. As a reflective tutor, you're reflecting on, okay, that didn't work as well, or I'm not getting that engagement, and I think that's so important. That comes from teachers, that comes from all educators, who are really want to be the best for the child. I think that's so important. So I think the fact that everyone is just reflecting on that would be the first thing that I would always say. And then going out and speaking to maybe other expert maths tutors who specialize in SEN, and saying, hey, have you got any good resources for this?
And for that, you need to be part of a community.
Yeah, and
because you have to have 10 trusted maths tutors available to you.
And talk to the child. Oh, what actually were you watching on YouTube? Because I wonder if there's a way that I could actually find some maths in that,
We just started watching the videos together, actually, and bonded over it.
And maybe, and then you can use it as a distraction task and say, okay, we're going to do something, you're going to learn something new that school want you to learn, and then we're going to see if you can retain it, because we're going to do a little distraction task, we're going to watch your little YouTube video, then we're going to come back and see if you you can remember it afterwards if it's something that's just knowledge gaining, you know?
Yeah.
But I think having that conversation with them, you're not meant to be like the one that has the answers. And I think if you show that to the students, I think they warm to you. They realize that you're not just a top-down teacher. You're more of a facilitator or a guide rather than, you know, I know the knowledge, you have to get the knowledge from me, and if you don't get it from me, you failed, and I'm going to give you a grade on that.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
What I love about that distraction task idea was you didn't say you can watch it as a reward afterwards. You can say, I will build this into the learning process.
I'm not a big fan of reward. Like that, we won't. That's a whole panel.
It's an important.
We don't have time. But yeah,
Can we have that panel next year, please?
I loved Rachel, what you were talking about, skill, will, and belief. Talk to us a little about that as it applies to the tutor themselves. What skill, will, and belief should we nurture and develop within ourselves as we work with these very diverse pools of students?
Wow, good question.
I try.
You're making me think. So the place I would always start would be with belief. So I think one quite helpful exercise to do can almost be if you sort of think of like a quadrant, and then in the top right you'd have like, what are your goals? So what do you want to achieve as a tutor? Why are you here? What are all the reasons that, you know, what do you want for your business? What do you want for yourself? And maybe think about, say, the next 12 months, the next 3 months, the next 5 years. Just sort of headlines. Where are you going? What might they be? And that might take a while to sort of make those more concrete and to sort of make them time bound and sort of have numbers on them. But just broadly, where do you want to go in terms of your goals? I think another thing that can be useful to think about is then, why do you want the goals? What are all the reasons why? What's going to help you keep going when it's going to be hard, because it's going to be hard, right? If you set good goals, ambitious goals, which I would always encourage everyone to do, it's going to be hard. So what are all your whys? Why do you want to do that? And that sometimes makes you go back to your goal and think about, is it the right thing? So that would be sort of my second quadrant. And then in the third quadrant, I'd think about, what are the habits and behaviors I need to achieve my goals? So what do I need to start doing? What do I need to continue doing? And really importantly, and I think this is the big one for me, take my own advice as I say this, what do I need to stop doing? Because I think we're so busy and there's so many shiny new things. So actually, what am I going to deliberately choose not to do? And then the other part of that, in terms of sort of thinking about beliefs, would be, what do I need to, and I think this is really, really important and useful to sit with a bit, what do I need to believe about myself in order to achieve my goals? What do I need to believe about my abilities in order to achieve my goals? What do I need to believe about my skill set? So to really think, sometimes when we're not achieving our goals, actually what's at the core of that is that subconsciously sometimes we're stopping ourselves. Because actually we're maybe not sure that we can do it, or we're not sure we've got the skill set to do it, or we might not even be aware of these things. So I think that's sort of my sort of general approach that I think can be helpful around beliefs. In terms of skills, there's lots of different skills within that, and I think I'd probably pass to someone else to talk about that, and we could explore as a panel, what skills do we think we need. And then I think will is about, a lot of that is about motivation, isn't it? Resilience, this ability to keep going. I think something in terms of skills would be, when you've got your goals laid out, what's your plan, right? Broadly, what are your main milestones?
Right.
And how am I going to know I've got there? Do I need an accountability partner? Do I need some support? So I think there's some of the sort of broad plans that I'd have. And then, how a community can be really useful in terms of accountability, can't it? And in terms of motivation, actually, can I have mentors and things like that?
Well, that's
to help
exactly
me?
right.
Yeah.
That's exactly
So there's some of my thoughts. I'd love to open that out and see what other people can add.
I think that element of peer and mentor support is really, really useful there. So you've got people who are aligned alongside you, but the way you just described a framework was like a mentor. And I know I'm not the only person in the room who was like, oh, because we all know how far we've got to go. And having people alongside us who know how to hold space and give us those structures is part of what community feels like. And I loved that. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah. I think 2 more workshop ideas here, Odette.
Yeah.
For next year.
She's taking notes, don't worry.
Folks, what questions would you like to ask the panel? Helen.
She wants the mic. She just wants the mic.
She just wants attention.
Keep an eye that she doesn't take it home, I'm telling you.
I feel victimised right now.
Helen,
so
causing trouble. Well done.
Two quick thoughts that came to... as a parent, I have one of mine that is showing signs of having barriers to learning at the moment. We are just starting the process of having to investigate what that is. She's female. And I know that a lot of from a parenting perspective, the signs of autism, the signs of ADHD, the ones that we would traditionally recognise, stereotype maybe in the media, they're very the male-presenting ones. Do you find that schools, local authorities, parents don't recognise that females present differently in those two? And then as a... Do you want to do that one first, then I'll...
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, you know, working with early years and then moving on to children of all ages, you see things really early on because, you know, the fact that we find more girls masking is a symptom of society and society norms. And we're expecting young girls to integrate into their communities while we expect boys to jump around and fight and all of that stuff. So it starts really early on. And I think now that we're becoming more aware of it, you know, my hope is that that can be reduced now because we are being more inclusive of girls and boys. But there's still so far to go there. You know, gender divide is massive and it starts really, really early. So that's kind of part of that question. But I think schools do know this stuff, but their resources are so stretched that they sometimes can only focus on the children that are presenting with an issue or the ones that are disrupting a class. And I don't know what you want to add to that, Lucy, but that's my perspective on it.
Yeah, I think one of the really I think to answer one part of your question, Helen, would be that the schools do know that there is that gender disparity, let's say, in terms of identification. I think there's a lot of controversy, I think, over it as well, in terms of, you know, I mean, it's not something I usually particularly talk about, but, you know, when I tell people that I'm autistic, I think people are really shocked, and I get people that go, what? But you can talk in front of people and you can do this. And I think that's really damaging to so many people. You know, people don't see the teachers don't see the meltdown when they get home and the decompression that has to happen after school. They don't see the 4 hours that you've got to get your uniform perfect and you've got to like have your hair in a certain way because you know that, you know, that's important to the other people in your class or things like that. So I think that that's one thing that I think school can sometimes just view. Obviously, they know what home happens, but I think there is still a little bit of, I don't want to call it like parent shaming, but it's sort of that, oh, but they're fine at school once they get here. And actually that leads on to kind of what I wanted to say is that we've mentioned EHCPs and EHC plans and stuff, but you don't, just to be clear, you don't have to have an EHC plan to get funding. If your children becomes one of the students that has emotional-based school non-attendance, which is what some people call school refusal, the reason we use EBSA instead of school refusal, and that's my own journey, I've changed that as well, is that it takes the onus off the child. It's not their fault that they're not going to school. And linking back to PDA, you know, that demand, it's not just about being given a verbal demand. It's about, you know, right now, I've got to have this on my head. I've got to sit here on this chair. You guys are looking at me. The expectation is I sit here for an hour. That's a demand. It's not a verbal one, but it's, you know, that's something that is just... Then if someone asks me, oh, could you just do this? That might be the thing that triggers the anxiety response. And then the school are like, but you just were asked to pick up a pencil. But it's like that bucking bronco game, you know, you just never know which little last thing is going to make it combust, if you like. So I think that understanding that you don't have to always, as a parent, to sort of go back to what you were saying, Helen, you don't have to think, oh, we don't have any HCP plans, so we're not going to be able to get any help here. You can. And so understanding how you keep those records yourself as a parent, which is what Kaylee was saying about, a tutor, you keep records, but as a parent, if you start spotting things, get up a Word document and just start writing things in. Because the amount of times I speak to parents when we're then going back over communication with, oh, could you tell me, what did the school say about this? When I ring up parents for advocacy calls, I literally just spurt out 100 questions. If they'd had that in a document, that would have been so much easier. I wouldn't have had to ask all those questions and talking about the sort of spoons and, having the mental capacity as a parent to have those conversations. If you've just got a document that one thing is on, you can just ping it out to anybody that needs to know, and then you don't have to kind of repeat the story again. I feel there's so much repetition. There's so much like, oh, you're new to this. You're a new caseworker. I mean, let's not even talk about caseworker, retention rates in the local authorities. I mean, it's ridiculous, So I've got one student, he's had 12 caseworkers since January.
Wow.
So how can anyone get a real view on his case? His mum has a document that it's all in,
That's
So I think as a parent, I would say that would be and as a tutor as well, you've got to empower the parents to just start that document now. That's helpful.
Because it comes back to what Julie was saying about headspace. Because parents working, child having issues, and you actually have to deal with the child meltdown, getting them sorted at that moment, actually having the headspace to write everything down. Do you think the teachers have also struggling with a bit of headspace because there are so many children now being identified with SEND and other barriers to learning? My child is in a very large class in reception. There are lots of children in there that have needs, maybe more apparent needs in the classroom, the ones that are kicking off or refusing to come in. Do you think they can get teachers in the classroom are getting overwhelmed with managing all of those needs, and then just don't want those that are less manifesting at school?
I think we all know that that's exactly what's going on out there. And we know that it's a lack of understanding and a lack of expertise in all the different things that teachers magically have to be at the same time. Yeah? All the different specialisms, in addition to teaching and learning, that they are being measured and judged on is exhausting. And then you have this bouncing around of where the expectations lie and where the blame lies and where the judgment lies. But really what we want to all do is take responsibility for helping the child. I wonder what Rachel would say about the mindset of taking notes about your child. For me, that's a massive barrier. At what stage do I stop mummying and start being a secretary, a documenter for these behaviours?
I think that's the role of a tutor.
Interesting.
And parents, and that's what we all have to do, is empower parents to know that that's a thing that you're going to have to do.
That's right.
That's right. It's like being a lawyer.
I
Effectively.
think intrinsically,
That's a mind shift, isn't it?
you know how to do that. I'm just thinking back to my own mum. So I've got two brothers who are autistic. They both have extensive folders on them in my mum's front room, and she is the scattiest person you'll ever meet, scattier than me. And but she knows where the documents
You're
are.
here.
She knows where the letters are. She knows where the evidence is. But she's learnt that through experience. And actually, as a tutor, if we can go to that parent and say, right, this is what you need to start doing, and this will make your life so much easier.
It's a really valuable, really, really valuable piece of advice. Really, really valuable.
Thank you for getting us down this line of inquiry also.
it's
That was an excellent set of questions. Yes, please.
I'll try to be as good, Helen.
No pressure.
My question is from a perspective of an independent tutor. I'm not part of an agency. I'm not part of a big group that I work with every day, and kind of bring it back to the role of tutoring in overcoming barriers. I think it's important that, we want to help the students we work with. We all have students who, we don't want to say no to work. We want to work with our students. But I think it's important as us as individual tutors to say, do you know what? At this moment, I am not the right person to help your child in this moment. I don't have the skills, the specialties, the expertise. And at the moment, when that situation comes up, I rely on my own personal network. I rely on people I've met, people I've spoken to. I've linked in people on this panel and said, oh, I've got this issue, can you help? like, what can we do as kind of a tutoring community to not just rely on our personal...
Mimi, I've got an answer to this one. Please let me, please. Have you seen that there's a QT directory that lists all quality assured tutors?
We're going to think we planned this, Julia.
QT.directory. So when each of us are now looking for tutors we know, and we know that it can be arbitrary, it can be too easy because these people are active on LinkedIn, so they must be the right... Where's the quality assurance? Yeah? So the QT directory means that at least you know they're safe. There's DBS and there's safeguarding. And then beyond that, we're looking at specialisms, and we're looking at being part of training and being part of a community and being part of the infrastructure that makes tutors safe, skilled and supported, so that you know that when you refer to another parent, it's such an act of trust for you to say, I'm not the right person. My sister called me and she said... You are live on YouTube. My sister called me. She's probably on the treadmill or something. My sister called me and she said, the tutor that I recommended 2 years for her little boy, who has an ADHD diagnosis, just said to her that since he's going into year 7, she's no longer the right tutor for him. And they've had a gorgeous relationship. She called me and she said, I'm not asking you, I'm going on the QT directory to find the best person. She ended up with Gaia.
Ah.
Yeah? And that was a systems creation. It wasn't a big sister, but it was a big sister sorting out her little sister and all the sisters in a way that is replicable and growable and scalable. And I think for tutoring to actually continue to be robust, it has to be more than ad hoc.
And I think one other thing as well is that as independent tutors, if you're in an area, so a particular location, or you're an online tutor, something that's important to know that you can do is in every local authority there's something called a local offer. So if you just look up the local authority that you particularly want to work with, if you're online, you could probably do it pretty much anywhere. This is not the same, I should say, as working with a local authority through their commissioning process like we do, but the local offer is there for parents of SEND children, and it lists just services, sports, everything, you know, and you can put it's free, they're all over, they have to have them. They're often run by the SENDIAS sort of area in the area. But I think that's a really useful thing for tutors who might be wanting to support more SEND learners, but maybe are wondering how they connect with them. I would say that's really great. We get an awful lot of inquiries from parents through those.
That's lovely. That was convenient.
I don't really know if it's a question. I'm sitting here, obviously, with my mama bear head on as well, and actually feeling increasingly more emotional as the talk unfolds. And it's perhaps something that you come across. So obviously I'm a tutor, and I've been the teacher in the classroom as well, who whenever there was a child with some kind of barrier or they're kicking off, as you said, send them to Melissa. And okay, and always did my best. Now as a mum, I find myself in a situation that, this is the question part, I don't know if you've come across this. My partner and I come from very different backgrounds, actually different cultures, and I believe that there's a cultural barrier sometimes with stigma of accepting. I know that my stepson, who lives with me full-time, I try and work so closely with him. I know he has some additional learning needs. It's not something that I can really bring up at home. It's an instant barrier. And that's having been brought up in a different country with different beliefs. And actually, if you're saying that's a disability or that's an illness, and obviously it doesn't help that he's in a class of over 30 children. When I do ask the teacher, how's he doing? Oh, he's fine. Oh, he's fine. And I know that's not the teacher's fault. I know the teacher is pulled in so many different directions. But I guess feeling the safe space here more as a mum than as an educator. How do you go about helping families where one of the parents isn't ready to accept that we need some additional help here.
What a high trust question.
Haley, do you want to go?
If you've come across this.
Having flashbacks to nursery, and I've had parents that have been really angry that we've even insinuated that something could be not wrong. I never use that word. There's not a wrongness about the way someone is, but they will perceive it as a wrongness, and that's the stigma that we need to break. And it doesn't just come from individuals, it comes as a society. And it comes in partnership with everybody, it comes with raising awareness. Some of the work that I used to deliver in local nurseries is that I used to do autism awareness. But it wasn't focused on how you should support your autistic child. What books and resources can we use the environment that support other children in understanding what autism is? What can we do to make autism a high priority or high understanding? And it kind of came back to me a little while ago with my nephew, and I was discussing autism with his grandma. And he piped up, he said, my friend so-and-so is autistic. And it means this, this, and this. And it was just such a pleasure to hear, because he is going to grow up and he is not going to have that stigma about having a child potentially who is autistic or has a barrier to learning. So, I don't really have any advice about that one particular case, but it comes from a really long line of work, or a lifetime of work for everybody to feel that inclusion and to push that onto everybody, to break down those social barriers so that everybody can feel included. It's an idealistic dream. It's never going to happen to that extent. But if we can just make it easier for one child, that's where I kind of come from it.
But I think readiness does happen.
Yeah.
So you're ready sooner than your partner is ready, but there will be a moment.
I think it's language as well. So what I would say in that situation is that, like you would with a learner who's not ready to receive learning in a certain style or way, it's like, think about the things that are important to that person that your child does achieve, and then think about the fact that at the moment there might be some barriers. So I'm talking about, if say someone's like really keen for their little 7-year-old to eventually be a doctor, for example, which you do get, and it's starting to talk about those things. I've noticed that in science he's struggling with this concept. So rather than it being like, I think he's autistic, there's some conceptual, like areas that we can work on here. And then that starts speaking to the motivations for that person. And then when you start positioning it in a way of, no one has to accept labels if they don't want to. A label's a label, ADHD, autism, if you, exactly. So I think, exactly. So I think working on just slowly beginning to, I guess, work out what the motivations for, this person would be, and then build towards positioning it in a way that then they will come to agreeing, because I really want them to own their own business and not have to go to university, or I want them to do apprenticeships, or I know it seems really weird when you've got a really small child, but parents have those dreams for those children, like they've envisaged things. So I think thinking about it like that, and just remembering that we're all so different, there's all different, profiles of personality types. And, I work with lots of people in finance now, and I have to position my airy-fairy ideas of world domination in education in like numbers, stats, and then I go into like the CEO and I'm like, oh, he's like a yellowy, lovely, wonderful, like big ideas. And it's just positioning it in different ways for different people, like we would for students,
Can we have another panel on labels, please?
Yeah.
And the
5 hours?
5 hours. All right. Are you labelling the 5 hours, or can we take 6 if we need?
What is an hour? Who decided?
I'm just going
Folks, you guys have all been such an incredible audience, and I wish we could make this panel itself a 5-hour
Yeah, it's
panel because there's
beautiful.
so much more to dig into. But this is just the beginning of the conversation amongst us. So during our breaks and so on, I encourage you to come up and ask them for their advice, their perspectives. But for now, we're going to have to wrap up. Thank you,
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
This was such a delight.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for listening online as well.
Can we get a picture if you're all standing together, please?
Standing
Sure.
is great.
Stand
I
right.
look like I'm a midget on these chairs.
I managed to not fall off the seat. I nearly managed to get
Why are
myself
they
off
so
the seat.
tall?
I'm going to be, if
Alison
any of you haven't seen me just yet, I'm here. I'm just going to be interviewing. Part of my role today, as well as manning the chat online, is interviewing tutors about their experiences and why you have come to be where you are today for World Tutors Day on Sunday. I managed to grab a few people yesterday. So if I tap you on the shoulder and ask you to give me your story in front of the camera, then you'll know why I'm doing it. Thank you. I'll be doing it during the break. So yes, please do come and find me if not.
Mrs. Wellman, you want us now?
I really like
Fly away to the sky, shining bright like a sunshine, dreaming high like the stars, dancing through with the clouds. And everything we search a meaning, every cloud has silver lining. As long as you are still breathing, don't waste your time, keep fighting. Even if you drift and fall, look down now and still stand tall. Believe yourself and keep on running. Don't look back, stay dreaming. Fly away to the sky, shining bright like a sunshine, dreaming high like the stars, dancing through with the clouds. And everything we search a meaning, every cloud has silver lining. As long as you are still breathing, don't waste your time, keep fighting. Even if you drift and fall, look down now and still stand tall. Believe yourself and keep on running. Don't look back, stay dreaming.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me, it kept me afloat. It felt like heaven had found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. My best friend to 23. I heard the heavens crying above me. They gained an angel, I lost a friend. I felt like dying again and again. I went through hell, stared at death, but I keep fighting with each living breath. I saw no way out from where I stood. Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream lost my best friend. Oh my God, don't do this, for I missed I need my best friend. Oh my God, don't do this, for I missed I need my best friend. Oh my God, don't do this. Oh my God, I need my best friend.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it was okay. It's been a long day and it's only 11 a.m.
I'm reaching out for the stars tonight, not looking back down, 'cause it's getting dark, and I don't wanna fight on my own. I don't think that I know where I'm going anymore, but I know I'm not lost, 'cause I'm not alone. If I don't find my way, I know I'll never be afraid of the dark again. So take my hand and we'll touch the sky. We'll keep fighting through the night, even if tomorrow never comes. I'm leaping out of the dark tonight, making sure I never look back. Should be scared, but I'll follow your light home. We can fly through the night, chasing our nightmares away. No place I wouldn't be here with me. I don't think that I know where I'm going anymore, but I know I'm not lost, 'cause I'm So take my hand and we'll touch the sky. We'll keep fighting through the night, even if tomorrow never comes.
There's something to be said. Don't you think it's funny that I'm giving you the time when you just left me dead? There's something to be said. Honestly, you're kinda lucky that I'm giving you a shot after the things you did. And I really think it's lovely now that you really wanna love me. But you know I'm not that type. I think we burnt that bridge. I don't wanna do this any more than you. But since you left that night, I don't care what you do. Now you're messing with my head, thinking maybe it's okay now. Till you opened up your mouth where I never had a doubt. Now you're acting like the victim, really hoping for a lie, like it never meant to hurt you. How about I finish with the truth? I don't wanna be with you. Can I get you out my system? And I really think it's lovely now that you really wanna love me. But you know I'm not that type. I think we burnt that bridge. I don't wanna do this any more than you. But since you left that night, I don't care what you. I don't wanna do this any more than you. But since you left that night, I don't care what. It's Friday night and I'm laying in my bed, and I can send all these voices in my head. I'm feeling kinda lost now that you have left. Now that wasn't enough. My words were touch. It wasn't enough. If I say goodbye, then make me alive, make me alive. My heart's heating up, this love is on fire, love is on fire. If I say goodbye, then make me alive, make me alive. My heart's heating up, this love is on fire, love is on fire, on fire. On fire. If I say goodbye, then make me alive. If I say goodbye, make me alive. If I say goodbye, then make me alive, make me alive. My heart's heating up, this love is on fire, love is on fire, on fire. On fire. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older, so sober, alone. Look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. You getting nothing, Joker.
Get down. Get up.
You getting nothing, Joker. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older, you getting my cold shoulder. No closure, I'm colder. She getting nothing, Joker. Clock's ticking, time is over. Before you know you're older, so sober, alone. Look, you getting my cold shoulder. You crying like it's rain. You causing all the pain. No closure, I'm colder. She getting nothing, Joker. 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 Joker.
Trouser suits. What else do you need in life?
Nothing.
Yes, you do. Skirts with
You're
pockets.
doing that next year as
Oh, yeah,
well. Is
skirts
that
with
what's the
pockets
concept
are
of next year?
crucial.
Till August 24, yeah.
Yeah.
Adrian's giving me the thumbs up.
Yeah. Our report recommended at least another year.
I'm going to put this in.
I think.
I don't need it.
I don't think it'll happen.
Just hold it.
Okay.
Which means we can start as soon as Charlotte's finished.
If I was government.
Love you. Do you just want to... Okay. So, this is going to be a meaty one. I told Odette we need as much time as possible because what we've got on the panel is some really clever people. And they've all been doing really interesting things. And I'm going to give them as much time as possible to really dive deep and show us, who are at the chalk face on the ground, what they know about impact. Am I going to have to separate you? I'm sorry. It's fine, I'm joking. We're going to really, really go deep now. So if you're at home, make sure that you've got a cup of tea ready. Embrace yourself. This is going to be a big one. And before I do that, because this is one of those everybody's concentrating moments, I'm going to take a minute to thank Odette and Hannah. Yeah. I need eye contact, dear.
Sorry, I just
All of this is because of Odette and Hannah. All of the goodness, all of the calmness, all of the being here togetherness is because of what Odette and Hannah make possible. Otherwise, I'd still be in my living room talking to the walls. So thank you, my darlings. Thank you. Okay. Okay, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to be curious, we're going to be generous, and we're going to be reflective. I am going to ask our, I wanted to say contestants. I'm going to ask our panelists to explain who they are first, what their story is, and how they got to be sitting on this very high and uncomfortable stool today. And then we're going to dive deep into exploring what their expertise tells us as tutors. And I'm going to start on the left. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thanks, Laura.
yeah,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. So I'm Laura Fox, and I work for the Education Development Trust. So our primary role is providing the training for tutors and mentors who are in schools as part of the National Tutoring Programme. So we're a pillar of the National Tutoring Programme. So myself, my colleague Ruth, and a team of education advisors essentially dig into the research, and I'm really trying to investigate what makes a good tutor and really provide the training to support our colleagues to become the best tutors they can be to support the students in school. I guess for a little bit of context prior to that, I am a teacher of, well, was a teacher of about 18 years and was in school throughout the pandemic and left just shortly after. But I was in a leadership role and had those conversations about the impact of the pandemic on some of our pupils. And obviously knowing how powerful tutoring could be. And then I joined EDT in 2001 as part of the National Tutoring Programme team. So I guess I've sort of try and see it from both sides, from that position of the teacher in the school wanting to do the best for their pupil, knowing that there's some tutoring that might be able to happen outside of school or in school for that pupil. And now I'm looking at it with a slightly different lens of how can we best support then those tutors doing that vital work in the training that we provide them.
That's lovely. That really strikes me that you've seen both sides of that dialogue. That's really.
And I've been a tutor as well.
Joe, I should have warned you. I'm not going in a straight line. Christy, go ahead.
I was sitting here very comfortably thinking I'm going to be the last in line to go next. So hi everyone, I'm Christy. I work at Impact Ed. We are a social enterprise that works with both schools and education organizations, so both sides of the spectrum, to help them evaluate the impact of their programs, interventions or products. And historically, we started off doing that work only with schools, but over the last few years, we started working with education organizations as well. And that's sort of the part of our organization and the work that I oversee. And that covers sort of organizations across the third, private, public sectors and also includes a number of tutoring organizations as well. A couple of charities like Coach Bride, Talent Ed, Equal Education, Get Further, that work across sort of different parts of the education space. We work with EDT as well to evaluate the school at tutoring arm of the NTP, and are doing a couple of sort of other projects in this space more widely too.
Yes, we do want to know.
Do you want to know what?
Where you started?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, so personally, so I've been at Impact Ed for about almost 3 years now, but I started off working in the education space as a tutor, actually, in Singapore, quite a different context. If anybody's interested in that, we can talk about that later. But after that, moved into the research and evaluation space, and that's sort of where I've been building my experience over the last few years and bringing together in my current role especially.
Fantastic, thank you. Go on, Joe.
Do I need a mic? I don't have.
You've got one.
I've got one. Of course I have.
I know that. They're really comfortable.
So the first thing
I didn't get one.
I am not a tutor. I've never been a tutor, and I'm really curious about learning from your expertise.
Awesome.
But I have been a teacher, a primary school teacher, dipped in and out in various ways. I still teach a day a week. And during the pandemic, I was half the time in a school, which with a decent telescope you can probably see over there somewhere in Poplar. And saw kind of a bit of tutoring in the first year of the NTP firsthand, which I might talk about later. I now, for the last 2 years, have run an organisation called the Centre for Education and Youth. We're a think and action tank based doing work across England on a range of issues. In terms of tutoring, we were a learning partner evaluating a number of tutoring programs, particularly with action tutoring and third space learning. Then we moved into a piece of investigative work just at the height of the kind of worry about where the NTP was going, and we did a report last year which had some recommendations on how you embed, improve and transform tutoring. I'm still curious about more investigative work, a couple of lines of inquiry I'd really like to learn more about and think more about with you. But we're also an action tank, and we are beginning to think about what we could do in the more practical space, particularly around supporting 14 to 19-year-olds, and those struggling, both to be tutored and to become tutors.
Yes, we love that, which takes me perfectly to Anne.
Excellent.
Love what we did there.
Fantastic. So yeah, Anne Morris, and I'm founder and CEO of the bizarrely named Yippee app. I'll come to that in a second. So a little bit about my journey. So I was a maths teacher, so a former maths teacher at secondary level. And I left to go into accountancy and then started a family. But then wanting to come back into the world of work when the kids were of an age, I was not expecting to become a tutor or anything like that. I'd never set myself up as a tutor. But when you've been a maths teacher, you can't get away from, and you have kids, you can't get away from it. You are always, can you just spend a little time with so-and-so or so-and-so? So I'd always kind of helped friends in that sort of way, just because I could. I enjoyed keeping my hand in, really. But then one day on the news, I saw an article about adult numeracy standards in the UK, and it was just at that time in my career where I could, lack of career because I was a stay-at-home mum, but just at that point where I thought, I've got a bit of time, I can do something about this. And so just thought about how I could help improve those math standards, and this is where the sort of fledgling idea for Yippee app came from, because I was thinking, who could help and how could we help? And so my idea, having been a teacher, was what I would have liked when I was teaching in the classroom, teaching a class of 20 plus students maths, where often very low ability, low confidence. I would have liked an extra pair of hands in that classroom. And so what I did was went away and thought about a model that would work for that. And what I came up with was this idea of relatable peer mentors delivering support to students in the classroom alongside experienced teachers. And so that's where the idea of Yippee app came from, and Yippee app stands for Young Inspiring People, Inspiring Young Aspiring People.
That is a name.
So the way it works, I won't do the whole model, but just basically, so you have a flavour. So we recruit and employ school leavers, 18 and 19-year-olds. They tend to stay with us for a gap year, for a full gap year, where they will work for a full academic year with the schools that they're working with. And throughout that time, it's brilliant because they can relate to the students in a very different way, so it very much complements what's going on in school and all the other support that's going on. But what we really love as well is that the tutors themselves benefit so much from that year as young people going into the world of work, or the transferable skills they gain. I'll stop talking.
And what do you call them?
Oh, yes. And so about 3 or 4 years in, schools started asking us, oh, we've got a maths Yippee app. Could we have an English Yippee app? And we're kind of, oh, that's quite cool. So we thought, we'd start calling them Yippee apps, and in their contracts, they are contracted as Yippee apps. So, throughout our branding, they are Yippee apps. So they are tutors, but they have a little spin on it.
So the rest of us here are Ippy apps.
No, we're all Yippee apps.
Okay. Aviva, will you go ahead, please?
Sure. My name is Aviva Cole. I currently lead or co-lead all of Google's global apprenticeship programs. I've been there for almost a decade now, and so I've worn a lot of different hats at Google, focused primarily on post-secondary students and supporting them as they're entering the workforce. But I started my career as an inner city school teacher in the South Bronx in New York City. I'm a die-hard New Yorker. I can tell you stories of being in the trenches. And then I left to build schools in the emerging markets. So built a handful of schools in sub-Saharan Africa. Came back and realized that change happened at the policy level. So went and studied public policy. Worked for Mayor Bloomberg in New York City doing education policy. Then led an organization called Teachers Without Borders. We thought we would be the first, this was pre-Facebook days, where we thought we would connect the world's 64 million teachers together on a platform to exchange ideas and make connections and build really strong community. That's for another day and an interesting story. And then left to run a women and girls organization called Strong Women, Strong Girls, really focused on generational mentoring and supporting 3rd through 5th graders, college women, and then professional women, and really make those connections. But I think more importantly why I'm sitting here is I am a mother of 3 little girls, and we have tutors coming in and out of the house, and I have learned a tremendous amount, and that is where I'm going to share a lot of my experiences.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Liberty.
Hi, Liberty. I suppose, talk about journey, why I'm here. Yeah. So I started in the classroom. So I was a secondary school English teacher. And in addition to that, I also tutored a child sort of in my local area on a weekly basis as well. So I have some exposure to tutoring myself. But I think similarly to yourself, realised that policy was where the change would happen. So then sort of left the classroom, went to study international education policy, and then came back and started working at the Education Endowment Foundation. For those who don't know what the EEF is, they generate research and synthesize research on what works to improve outcomes for students, specifically what works to improve outcomes for disadvantaged students. But when I started at the EEF, the pandemic sort of came into effect, and so my role there was designing and setting up the National Tutoring Programme, and running that in the first year. So I worked with 32 different tutoring organisations on the NTP, some of which have been mentioned, Talent Ed, Coach Bright, and Third Space Learning. And then have since moved on from the EF and now work at a boutique education consultancy. We've worked with sort of supporting education group on their tutoring strategy, worked on the investment into targeted provision from Agathos Management to try and help them reach more students. Targeted provision work with local authorities to support students that are excluded from the mainstream education system. So whether they are out of school for mental health reasons or because they're in the care system and are moving between schools, between placements. So targeted provision kind of support that interim tutoring. So I've got a kind of relatively broad background when it comes to tutoring, so hopefully we can have a good discussion today.
I told you they were clever. Okay, so let's start with what makes good. What do we know about what makes good in closing the gap for disadvantaged learners? And probably, I should ask you before that, what the state of play is right now. So what the gap looks like, what the numbers are. Joe, do you want to kick us off?
What the gap looks like? I don't know. I don't know if I've got the up-to-date numbers.
Okay.
I'm going to start with something a little bit more challenging, I think, which is not answering your question. I'll totally come to your question, which is for all the efforts for tutoring to try to close the disadvantage gap through the National Tutoring Programme, the good bits, the less good bits, and where it is now. If you think about tutoring globally or in the UK as a set of interventions that happen all the way across, they it probably widens the disadvantage gap rather than closes it. It's just where we are. The number of private tutors, the NTP, and schools not quite doing enough to address that gap. So if you think about it in the round, tutoring probably widens the disadvantage gap rather than closes it.
Tell us more.
Well, the fact that advantaged children and advantaged families access it in a certain way,
right,
and that the pedagogies of those people possibly get better and better, and the fact that the NTP almost feels like a sticking plaster in relation to that. So generally, I'd say, and this is not the fault of any individual tutor or any individual tutoring organisation, people need to go where the market is. But essentially, we need to think about it in those terms. And then the challenge of making sure that that gap is addressed really becomes really quite,
awesome.
Significant.
You've earned your lunch. That was beautiful. Who would like to have a go at responding or taking it from there?
I don't.
You go.
Everyone! Go on, Laura.
Incidentally, we've just you used to work at EDT, didn't you? So we've got a kind of overlap there. I think you're absolutely right. And then, although it seems like quite a controversial statement, the sort of sticking plaster element, I think, is because in my opinion anyway, we potentially know, or we do know, how powerful tutoring is when done well. And I think pre-NTP, it was something that was accessed by those who were privileged enough primarily to access tutoring. And I think I read somewhere, and I'm not good at remembering where stats came from, but I promise it was a trusted source, that prior to about 2021, from 2016, private tuition had doubled, essentially.
That's the that's Sutton Trust report.
Yeah, thank you. And in that sense, absolutely, that's widening the gap, isn't it, that we've then found, and that we've now, the COVID pandemic has exacerbated, and we've now got to look at how we close that. But it's not going to be done in necessarily 2 years, is it? It's not going to be done in 3 years even. And I think that's a big part of the exciting conversation that we can now have, is what does that look like in the long term? If the sticking plasters like, well, the NTP or whatever we might be saying at the moment, what it's actually shown is that there is a massive potential there for it to become something that is embedded more in school systems, that is utilised, and the volume of research now coming out and the impact that we are now seeing shows that there's that potential there. So although the gap might have widened, might have closed slightly, or wherever that gap currently sits as a status quo, we know that there's something there that is worth keeping hold of and really going forward with.
Yeah. I think I just want to pull in here that we are not only talking about academic outcomes, we are talking about life outcomes. And it goes way beyond what exams can measure, and there are qualitative as well as quantitative elements to the research here. Go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, I think that's kind of tying in with what I was thinking about just now as well, which is with a lot of the work that we do, the evaluations we do, especially with the charities that we work with, we don't only look at outcomes in terms of attainment. A lot of them we look at social and emotional outcomes, so things like motivation, school engagement, obviously huge and important right now with the issues that we're seeing with attendance in schools and disengagement of pupils after and during COVID as well. And I think it's really exciting to see the organizations that we work with and some of the findings that we're seeing from the evaluations there, that there clearly is a link between tutoring and not just attainment, but also social and emotional outcomes and improving those. And sometimes the first step is just to get pupils motivated to learn, to get them to engage in school more widely, right? And we do definitely see that link there, which I think is really encouraging, and I think kind of chimes in with what you were saying, Laura, as well. And I think at the same time, we have to keep in mind the general picture of the pandemic and that having increased the gap between advantaged and disadvantaged pupils. And we did a really interesting piece of research called Lockdown Lessons during the pandemic as well, which showed that like well-being of pupils, particularly disadvantaged pupils, was affected. In general, it actually wasn't that affected, but then when you looked into the numbers and looked at the difference between those on pupil premium versus those that didn't, those that on pupil premium were actually affected more.
Fantastic. I think, let me just also add in how it overlaps with our conversations about barriers to learning, and how the interplay between advantage and barriers to learning and access to support are a key element here. Go ahead, Liberty.
Yeah, I think when it comes to obviously closing the gap, I mean, the EF research shows, and I think most people in here would agree, that the best way to improve outcomes for disadvantaged students is high quality classroom teaching. That is the sort of single biggest factor, having high quality teaching in the classroom. However, when we're thinking about extra support that students can have, tutoring, one-on-one and small group tutoring is then the sort of second biggest impact in terms of what additional support we can give into the high quality classroom teaching. And I think whilst the NTP, I know, has there's some controversy around it, and it's not. There's not. It's not. But putting all the kind of politics and the disagreements aside from the NTP, I think it's worked. What it has done, and the kind of aims of it, and when we were designing it, was, I mean, first of all, was just to provide emergency tutoring to as many students as we could, and within sort of the first 8 months, there was over 200,000 students that received tutoring that potentially wouldn't have otherwise. So that was obviously a big win. But then I think the second thing that it's really bringing to the sector, and obviously Qualified Tutor does this as well, is bringing the kind of quality assurance side to the tutoring sector, which I think had been missing for a long time. And you sort of mentioned ad hoc earlier, and obviously it's not just any tutoring, it's high quality tutoring that is needed. And third, which I think is probably the most important, is creating this legacy in the system where tutoring can be complementary to the school sector and used as a viable pupil premium option, which I think is where it can kind of close the disadvantage gap. So I think for now schools see it as like a solid option for how to use their pupil premium funding to support the most disadvantaged students, which I think without the NTP perhaps it would have eventually got there potentially, but it's sort of, I think it's sped up that process somewhat.
We've been talking recently about how crisis has been enabling spurts of change. We spoke yesterday with Yulia, who's been intervening and supporting students in Ukraine in a way that she wouldn't have been able to, except that the war happened there, and how those challenging moments, those sharp moments, create opportunities for us to accelerate progress. And I think that there's an understanding that there's a wholehearted commitment for tutors to be accepted in schools. I had a lovely chat with Stephen Fraser, who was running the EF at the time, and he used this lovely phrase that tutoring should become another instrument in the orchestra of school.
Yes, I remember that phrase, yes.
Harmonious, aligned, comfortable, embracing, not challenging, but different, Not more teaching. And we were speaking earlier about how it does happen, it has been happening, that when schools are reallocating staff members into delivering NTP intervention, it can turn into more of the same. And really, we need it to be something additional and different. And that's certainly been an element here. Haviva, what do you have?
No, I'm just thinking about, so we have a rambunctious 6-year-old, and she's very, very, very bright, but we think she's dyslexic. And I have 3 different tutors working with her, but one of the tutors is a dyslexic expert, and she goes into her school. And my daughter doesn't love going to school except on Thursdays. And I've seen such a difference in how she shows up, how she engages, how she wants to make this tutor proud, how she's built the relationship with the tutor. Versus Sundays, where I have high school or students coming in and supporting her sitting down and doing her reading. She doesn't respond well to that, but that keeps me from having, heart palpitations. So I, assign others to support her. But I've been doing a lot of reflections on just the relationship that a tutor can build with a student. And if I think back to my own experience, so I'm dating myself, but 4 decades ago, I had this amazing tutor who was in his 70s. He was a retired teacher, and he taught me 2 things. 7 times 7 is 49, like the San Francisco 49ers. I'll never forget that, okay? My husband said no one will remember that, but that's the American football team. And the second lesson he taught me, or encouraged me to do, is try. So there were these newspaper entries that a student could send in a drawing or a story every Sunday, and then you'd get a T-shirt if you won. And I thought to myself, I was a poor writer as a young person. I'm never going to get this. And he encouraged me to try. And every time I had submitted, I got 2 awards. And I think to myself, I was 6 years old at the time, that relationship and that encouragement, I look back on my life thinking to myself, all these big, audacious, oh, that's impossible, I've always tried for because of that voice and that individual. And so I think about all these moments, and I think even as a teacher in the South Bronx with different settings, with different really difficult students, I think to myself that one-on-one time, even before the academic and like closing the achievement gap, it was really around that confidence building and that boost of, you know, you can do it. So that's how I think about that.
You said something that I have to ask. Attainment and advantage gap. So I chose to call the panel addressing the advantage gap, but I wonder what the overlap there is and what the choice would have been if we'd gone a different... How does the conversation change when we talk about attainment as opposed to advantage?
I didn't even, it's funny, I didn't even notice that it was, I kind of just read it as the same thing, which is,
Are they the same thing?
I don't know. I don't, no.
Okay.
I don't know. I think, obviously, when we're talking about the attainment gap, we're usually talking about the difference in attainment between advantage and less advantaged peers. So I think potentially they are the same thing.
It's the semantics thing, I think.
Is it semantics? I'm not sure.
I'm not
Laura,
sure.
what are
I
your
was going to
thoughts?
say I think there's a difference between attainment and opportunity. And
go on.
I think that I feel like I had an epiphany then when I was just sort of thinking that through.
I'm so glad I asked an impossible question then. Go ahead.
But I think when I think of advantage and disadvantage, although probably we do actually think of attainment, which I don't think is the right thing, I think opportunity is perhaps the better thing to try and think about, because as we've said about the motivation, the engagement, all of the other things that tutoring provides, that's far more. That's opening the doors to opportunities for them. If I can, just on you talking about your sort of personal experiences, I tutored my niece who is dyslexic, and I really loved the conversation previously about labels and barriers and etc. Because she was late identified as dyslexic, but that wasn't the barrier that she had. The barrier was the just pure confidence around the fact that she knew she was struggled a little bit more. And like Liberty, I was a secondary English teacher. So this time last year, I was actually tutoring my niece. And she did phenomenally well. And it is not due to my tutoring. It's due to just having somebody there going, what you've done is phenomenal. Be proud of that. 100%. And it's not the grade that she got in English that actually has made a difference. It's the fact that she's now got a few more opportunities because she's a bit more confident about that ability. Yes, so it's possibly linked, but that she actually feels she can do it, and she's putting herself out there a little bit more. So I think, sorry, I've gone a long way around.
No, we're with you.
I feel like the opportunity and attainment are kind of possibly linked, but for me, the advantage gap is more about opportunities.
Beautiful.
Slightly driven by it.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to... Sorry.
Hold on, Vicky. Can I just borrow your mic?
Just for clarity, Vicky has an awesome track record for piping up with exactly the right thing.
Although having spilt my mug of water over me this morning.
Oh, Dolly.
About 10 minutes ago. Can I just say I've not wet myself? Yes, no, just based on what you were just saying, I think there's one word which you said yesterday, which I may have put in my LinkedIn post, my first post ever. And
Look at the
Charlotte,
growth.
thank you for liking it. I like lots of others. The word is fair. I think it's about giving everyone, what we're aiming for is to give everyone the same opportunity. And I think that the fairness is in every single way. And I think what this community has done really, really well is integrate all the different links between the child and everything else. And I think that way we are creating, as much as we can, a fair playing field. But I definitely think that the finance, which I can't believe, I know why I tutor, that I love children, but obviously I get paid. Of course I get paid, otherwise I couldn't actually do it. So it's kind of made me really think about that and how that would be possible. But yeah, I just thought fairness was a key point from yesterday.
Thank you. Equity and equality. Yeah. Anne.
Can I just commit? So I mean, Yippee App was in existence we started in 2012, so we were going a long time before the NTP. And one of the reasons that I wanted to deliver through schools was because partly with my background in teaching, as I say, I felt like I appreciated what teachers would want and having that sense of help and support in the classroom. But the other thing that was a real driver for me was the fact that you could see as a tutor that people could afford to pay, but other people couldn't afford to pay. So it was really great to be able to sort of go into that environment where you could help those people, those young people whose parents couldn't afford tuition outside of school. So a really big driver about it was this idea of we can help those people who can't get help any other way. And I suppose reflecting on what Joe was saying about the sticking plaster kind of element of the NTP. So having been around before that and sort of being on this crusade and campaign before any of that happened, is just really interesting. When the pandemic happened and the idea, my first thought wasn't, how's this going to play out in the future? My first thought was, oh my goodness, what am I going to do with all my tutors? The schools are closed and they can't get in and do it. We did everything face-to-face before the pandemic. So, there was a real sort of, I was we were one of those businesses that kind of thought, what was going to happen to us? Are we going to have to just shut up shop for however long? We didn't know. It was really uncertain. But I think the thing that kind of struck me playing through it and coming out of it is then the NTP was announced. We were going to have this big program. I thought, great, we're in the right position for it. But then I thought, where are all these tutors going to come from? Where are they going to come from? Because everybody that I knew that tutored outside of school hours. So there was not much going on in school hours. And so the vast majority of people, I guess, who were tutoring were people who were teachers, former teachers, and it was outside of their teaching time. That's certainly the way I'd done it when I was helping friends. You can't tutor children very easily during the school day because they're all in school. So it's kind of, where is this sort of big army of tutors going to come from that's going to suddenly be able to help all the schools in the country through the NTP? And sure enough, I think, there's been a real difficulty with access to that provision. It's not that those tutors don't exist, but just, expecting to create an industry immediately just because there's a need just was never going to work. So I think I would turn it on its head a little bit and say it's not so much a sticking plaster, although it may feel like that at the moment, and totally get where you're coming from. But I think it's just the start of a new industry which will then evolve and become something in its own right, where people choose to go into tutoring in schools because that need is there, the support is there, the recognition that tutors working with teachers in a holistic way to help support child is a really effective way to do that. And especially for those children whose parents either aren't able or aren't interested, sadly, in helping their children in that sort of way. I know it's horrible to think so, but that is the case often. Lots of young people have parents who either simply not interested, or perhaps just don't know how to organise tutoring. They don't have those stable lives where they can make those sorts of arrangements, and perhaps just need that extra help and support. So I think for me, it's very much the sort of the fledgling. If you were asked suddenly to, well, like we are with lots of industries, AI is going to take over, isn't it, in a sort of very meaningful way? But you suddenly start an industry. It's not going to happen. It takes time to evolve.
Can I just say one thing? So because I work in tech and so does my husband, we talk a lot about what is the future going to look like for our children. And it does keep me up at night, especially with artificial intelligence and I think it will be hugely beneficial, but I think there'll be some challenges. I do think, for tutors, people often ask me, why do I have so many tutors for my one daughter, for example? And I think what I've learned is it's less about the curriculum or the content in which the kids are learning. It's more about the process on them problem solving, how to engage in a situation and actually articulate ideas. It's negotiating. And so I would say that's the one thing that I think about when I have these different individuals who go in and work with my 6-year-old. I hear her telling the 14-year-old, I'm not doing that, and I'm listening and I'm like, don't get involved. Let her, the 6-year-old and the 14-year-old, engage and sort that out. And to me, I'm like, that's a skill, because I don't know what it'll look like in the future with university, if they'll even have to go. But engaging in real life settings with the skills, I think, is something to think about.
We've been talking about life skills a great deal. And yesterday, Dame Alison was talking about the back and forth in language and how important that is in terms of developing literacy and linguistics, but also the assertiveness and the clarity about what you want and need. I think there's a strong piece about implementation that we must look into now. And I think alongside that, there's a piece around demand and supply. I would like to suggest that there are tutors out there. They've just all been siloed. And that by bringing tutors together and giving them access to routes to support in the NTP, we're going to find that those implementation routes actually become much, much looser. So the EEF needed to create a structure because you needed to look at something that was robust and scalable. And now there has to be a process where we let more people in through different routes using various quality assurance and an understanding that there's lots of different versions of good. So let me just tell you one story before I hand back over to implementation. We have a small tutor business who has been a member of our community for a very long time. And when they launched, it was two people working together, and they did a lot of work on who their ideal client is. And they said, we teach 11 plus, and our ideal clients shop in Waitrose and drive a Land Rover. And as they said it, they cringed. And I think it's really important to know that although those children who eat Waitrose meals are absolutely eligible and need fair access to tutoring, there are so many different types of personas that need access to this training, to tutoring. And those tutors did not want to serve that persona. They just thought they had to. They thought that's where the market was. And so this conversation I find really, really interesting because people are opting into tutoring where they don't feel that they're just serving the most privileged to become more privileged. And they can actually be far more values-led in how they position their contribution in education. Joe, you've got tons to say here, hey?
We shouldn't set up an us and them thing here, right? If you're a child and you're falling behind, regardless of the income of your parents, you deserve support and motivation to get somewhere else. And what you're doing as a community of practice, you're doing incredible work, largely not entirely in that space, to really support them. And actually supporting schools at the same time. So I don't want to demean that at all. I also want to recognise the diversity of that market. I live in Hackney. Lots of different streets around me have little small tutoring companies serving all sorts of children and young people, particularly those from ethnic minorities who might be struggling at school. So it's not like rich and the others. There's a whole spectrum there.
That's right.
But at the same time, at a system level, we need to think about what the system does to particularly focus on the most disadvantaged. The Treasury would call anything else deadweight costs, which means, is the state paying for something that parents might pay for otherwise? And with the NTP, that is an issue because the rush and some implementations issues with the NTP is it's still not focused on the most disadvantaged. That's kind of what the data says.
Right.
The other thing I just want to say, I really love this phrase, orchestra. It strikes me that the orchestra of schools is still too uniform in terms of the orchestra being generally one teacher. Most of the time is one teacher, one TA, 30 kids.
It's not bendy enough.
You've got to break that, and I haven't seen schools that are really brave to break that at both sides, particularly with AI, things like Century Tech that can really support basic skills, adaptive assessment, all sorts of amazing things that can frankly do a better job than many teachers in terms of zones of proximal development, next questions. All that could be taken off them. So suddenly you could have a lot of time with kids in rooms of 60, 90 kids. And then, oh really, I'm sorry. And then that frees up space for some much more 1 to 3, 1 to 5, whether it's project-based learning, whether it's individual interventions and support. But somehow, at the system level, you have to not totally break it, but bust that model for the 1 to 30. Maybe it's like a few hours a day of your time rather than 6 hours a day of your time in that model.
Can she have a microphone? Give them... Why, so you can take it?
So it's so important what you're saying, because I think it was John? Yeah, it was John Nichols who was talking about this yesterday. Ever since you said, Liberty, about quality first teaching, I'm from a teaching background. I taught and led for 20 years. I was of that generation that first introduced, or rather the government introduced quality first. We did so much training on it. You now bring in this idea of changing the whole model, which again was discussed yesterday, and we're talking about this orchestra. So my question is, what does quality first teaching now look like? Because, you know, when I was starting, I was that one teacher in a class of 30 with the one assistant, and we were working with that model of quality first teaching. And yet we're talking now about an orchestra, and it's more that, you know, the onus was all on the teacher with quality first teaching before. So my question is, if that is still the priority and the number one thing that changes attainment and boosts attainment, what will quality first teaching look like in the future, and should it even be called quality first teaching?
That's right. Quality first education or quality first learning.
I'll attempt something on that.
Go ahead.
Well, it's not exactly answering your question, I don't think, but I think it's interesting, and obviously this is something we've looked at when we're compiling the training that tutors need. It's not the quality first teaching, but the skills that tutors need to be effective tutors. And it was really interesting reading, I think it was the Ofsted Phase 1 findings, when they're talking about the most powerful things that a tutor can have is an ability to explain well, for example. It's an ability to take a really difficult concept and put that across to pupils, to do assessment, instant assessment and feedback in an instant in the classroom to move that learning along. So I think the quality first teaching piece, although AI is obviously, and all of that side of things, and technology is going to be and should be much more significant. I think there's some fundamentals that the human will always have to deliver, and that in terms of quality first teaching, those skills of tutoring and teaching overlap so much that I think that research suggested that tutors with QTS were more effective, but that's because they've got the understanding of those really challenging, how to question effectively, and those are really.
Can I jump in? I think what we're saying about AI are exactly those things. The targeted, timely intervention is exactly what Century Tech delivers. What they don't deliver is relationship. What they don't deliver is warmth and spontaneity. What they don't do is go under the bed. Yeah? You didn't go under the bed. What they don't do is wait for the child to come out from under the bed, yeah, in order to engage. So there's a piece around going to where they are that may be the tech or building a bridge towards learning that you need the human to do.
But I'm also really curious about how all of you as, you know, innovators able to be really agile and fleet-footed are using EdTech to inform your work. You know, it must be some really interesting blends going on. Similarly, I'm really interested in how tutors support parental engagement. So they don't replace parental engagement, but actually are there things you can do that actually support parental engagement when you leave the room for the week? And I'm sure there must be really interesting innovations you do and that are happening from the larger agencies in that.
So let's make use of our community of practice and ask those questions in the community and see what contributions come out, because there's some real expertise here and there, and it would be really, really useful to pull those ideas together. Go on, Kaylee.
Just going to put that there.
I think just listening to all the conversations that are going on, I think there's a really big overlook over some really talented people in early years. Because this is all about this is the foundation of the early years. It's about those questions, it's about facilitating the learning. It's about meeting the child where they are and pulling them up. It's not about, it is about teaching, obviously, but it's everything that's being said. I think this is where early years is being really overlooked. And actually in my company, I employ a lot of early years teachers for that reason. As soon as I see the early years teachers apply to be a tutor, I'm all over that.
You heard it there first.
Because that's the pedagogy that I want to support and to bring into education. And I think it comes from a government level that is very looked down upon still. There's still a stigma about being an early years teacher. And I feel that a lot of what we're saying can be addressed by either supporting those practitioners further or by bringing in an element of early years into pedagogy into later teacher training. But that's just my opinion.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I do think I'd like to think, well, the early years is obviously it's incredible. I think it is becoming more of a conversation, and I think the government have now clocked onto how incredibly important it is with things such as scaling up the Nuffield early language intervention across the country, and also sort of the Fair Start research that's going in with the Sutton Trust. So I think the recognition is starting to become there, and I think so. I just echo. I completely agree with you.
There's some elements about early years that we've spoken about lots of times about how it aligns with tutoring and with coaching and with mentoring and being the guide on the side. I wonder how it overlaps with the HLTAs that you've been training.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting, again, listening to the SEND conversation previously, because on our training, we found the majority of tutors or not yet at the point of tutoring, potentially, who come through our training are primary practitioners and they're HLTAs or TAs who are being, so when you talk about being creative with schools and with that orchestra, I think some schools are starting to realise the power perhaps that they've not seen before in HLTAs and TAs, and they're the ones coming through the training, and I think that's where there's a wider impact going on here, because this is a sector who are so valuable, who don't necessarily have a consistent approach to how they're deployed in schools. I remember when I first started, the TA, I didn't know how to utilise that TA properly, and very often she was just checking, are you okay, are you okay? And that was kind of her role in the classroom.
And it's really difficult because you didn't sign up to manage adults, you signed up to manage children.
Yeah. And so many of the tutors and the practitioners from that kind of background that are coming through the training now are actually saying, well, this is what I needed.
Yeah.
So actually that one HLTA might do some one-to-one or small group tuition with some students within their setting, but actually their practice at any other point in the school is going to be so much more powerful because they've actually had some pedagogical training. And when I say pedagogical, I mean relationships and all of that. I don't just mean the academic content. So I think there's so many potential knock-on effects of actually what's been happening over the few years that it can't be, it's not, the controversy around the NTP is there, but there's so many unexpected benefits that have potentially come out of it, and areas of the teaching and tutoring sector that have really benefited from that focus. And sorry, just one more point. When you were talking about early years, I think that's particularly links back to the sticking plaster aspect, in that it's got to be sustainable, because the pupils in early years now were so impacted by those lockdowns and everything that they went through, that they're going to be in our education system for a long time, obviously, and they still are going to need this. We can't rip off the plaster and say, off you go.
I love that. I absolutely love
it's
that. Let's look into sustainable implementation. What do we know works and what can we roll out?
There was a question there.
I'm coming to you soon. Go ahead. I've got
my question is, because you know me too well.
I've got to push the conversation forward, and we will come back to Q&A. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just saying, there's a question.
Implementation, what do we know works and what will be sustainable in making sure that tutors remain a member of the orchestra?
Yeah, I can maybe start with that one and then sort of hand over to anyone else. But from my side and from I guess Impact Ed side, there's some of the projects that we're working on at the moment, that implementation piece and some of the questions that I think you guys were basically going through just now as well is so interesting, because there's obviously evidence, or we know that there's evidence available that tutoring in general works, but if we dive into the more granular detail of what works in what settings, what context, there's a lot less evidence available. And we just started a project with 5 different tutoring providers where we wanted to look at sort of the variety of their implementation models and really understand like what has most impact in which particular contexts, and diving into the detail there. So things like group sizes, I think we've made a lot of reference here to like sort of one-on-one tutoring, but like what's the different impacts of 1 to 3? Is there a magic number? We've seen some evidence, but there's also some variety of evidence where for some subjects 1 to 3 actually works really well, and for others 1 to 1 actually works a lot better. And again, a lot of the research originally or so far has been done a lot in the English literacy space and less so with other subjects. Is there a difference between what works well for what subjects? And one that I find really interesting that our tutoring providers are really interested in too is like how tutoring is communicated to the pupil getting the tutoring, like what's the framing, the language used around that, because I don't know, I guess really bluntly, if you tell people you're doing badly, you need the support? Like, what kind of framing works well for people to properly engage them in that tutoring as well? And there's different ways that different organizations or providers go about those. So early stages for our project, so I can't necessarily tell you exactly what the answers are there, but I think it's sort of the next step from what I see in terms of the research and the evidence that we need around what works in tutoring, and digging into those more granular details.
They definitely seem like the right questions, don't they? And I think factoring in context
100%.
is really, really important. So I heard Dylan Williams speak this week, who is the educational lead in education research, and he said that he did a 6-year study with Joe Bowler. I mean, these are big names in education thinking, and they forgot to factor in all of their studies about class sizes, they forgot to factor in who the teacher was. And he said 6 years of studying turned out to be meaningless because he can't go back and find that out now. And so it's these mistakes so having regard for the context, I think, it makes it far more complex, but it's certainly going to make it informative for us. Viva, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to say context is everything in language. I know, my little one, she'll say, oh, I'm not a part of the SMART group, because they pull these kids out and they put them in groups. And I know that they use like colors to define the groups, but kids are perceptive.
Hedgehogs.
Yeah, they're very perceptive. And so even when I asked her to, like last night, I was telling her I was coming today, and she was like, oh, can I draw a picture about this and that? And I was like, well, why can't you write? No, I can't. I can't write. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So it's really interesting, the language and the distinction.
Yeah, if I can just come in there, because I think the language is really key. And before the NTP, when suddenly we were starting, it was very much a case that we were going to schools, and often the students would be really reluctant. Oh, do I have to go? And they've been targeted for extra support, and it was very much that sort of language. And they were reluctant because then they are being dragged down. It's very obvious that they're being sort of there's this focus of needing extra support. Whereas now I am finding that it is much more positive with the NTP, and that's sort of becoming more commonplace in schools, is that it's just my turn to go. It's my turn now, and so on. And just to come back to the sort of idea of the quality in teaching, that's a really, really interesting thing. So I work with this really unusual age group of, seemingly really pretty unqualified people. They've done A-levels, but they've not had any sort of teaching qualification or anything like that. It's always been successful because of the peer relationship, and that's the thing that we offer, which is different, but it only works in the context of that experience and the complementing what else is going on in schools. But I think what sets it apart, one of our colleges said to us what it really is for them is that they are experts at being students in the modern age. And that has really been, we were like, right, we'll write that down. Yeah. Because, it doesn't work in isolation. I'll be the first to admit that. The idea of one of our tutors going and teaching a class, absolutely not. But the fact that they can build trust really quickly, as any tutor can. I mean, this is not magic, but because they have that connection, they have been through COVID as students in this setting now, they really understand those student pressures. They have just done exams. They can react in a different way, which means that they can build trust really quickly. But I heard every excuse in the early days as to why it wouldn't work. They won't be patient enough. They won't be authoritative enough. They won't, how would they be able to, why would we take students out of working with a qualified teacher to come and work with an unqualified tutor? But it works.
And one of the things I found interesting about the near-peer relationship is that it tends to be that the tutors are the most academic in their class because they want to go back and do more. Yes. And the students who tend to be nominated for tutoring don't tend to be the most academic. And I have sometimes found in coaching those tutors that there's a lack of empathy that creates a little bit of, you have to sort of remind them to think about the things that they find hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Juggling.
Just to pick up on that. It's really interesting because when we do work with those tutors who are A stars across the board at A-level, and they're super, super confident, they know this subject, they want to go and do medicine, whatever it is. You have to wind them back so far. They are talking about coefficients and this, and I know you're going to be working with...
And their brains are popping with all that knowledge, yeah.
Exactly. But I think from our point of view, we don't only recruit from that pool. We recruit from a really wide range. We take everybody on a case by case. So we would think nothing of it really, recruiting people who had C's, these A-level, you know, they're absolutely, if they can connect, and often they've struggled in exactly the same way as, you know, the students are struggling, you know, we really like that because then they can land really easily, they get where the students are coming from, and then they can just take that from there.
And I've
So
heard-
it's a wide range. Yeah.
Let's talk about implementation on this side.
I think the one point I was going to make on implementation is I think it's very crucial to take stock checks and like almost before you start a block of tutoring or whatever it is that you're implementing, it's so important to have like review cycles on what's working and what's not working, and not just kind of waiting for something to go wrong. Actually pre-plan check-in points throughout the sort of however long the process is of which the intervention is that you're delivering.
Is there also an element of what's working best?
Yes, definitely. And I think it's very easy to kind of get not carried away, but sort of just keep going with what you're delivering because it's working well, but actually taking some time and sitting back and thinking what is working well and what could be working better, and should we do more of the stuff that's working well, and just acknowledging that means that you might focus on that a bit more if that's the things that are working well. So I think for implementation, for me, it's all about these kind of consistent review cycles that never stop until the implementation has finished.
And we know that headspace is at a premium. And we know that the reason why most of us stepped out of the classroom was to contribute by taking all of those things off our plate and finding a new plate so that we could contribute.
Mhm.
So how do you create those learning loops when everybody's up to their eyeballs in implementation? Real question.
I think, again, it comes down to the planning side of it. So thinking, okay, so after 2 weeks, we'll kind of review 3 things, like 3 aspects of what we're looking at. And then after 4 weeks, we'll do the same thing again. And maybe and then being open to changing direction and being flexible on what you've initially set out to do and what you think was going to be what you're delivering, and actually being open-minded that, okay, fine, if that's not working, we'll go in a different direction. But I think planning out those times where you're going to review it is so important, because otherwise it just always gets shoved down to the bottom of the priority list.
So there's a discipline there, but there's also an agility that comes with it.
Yeah.
And knowing where to be flexible and where to just stick with your plan so that you continue with the check-ins.
Exactly, and that happened on the year 1 of the NTP. We designed it in such a way, but then because the pandemic was an ever-evolving beast that we had to respond to, it meant that we had to change how the delivery looked. So initially it was designed for face-to-face tutoring, but then we went back into lockdown again. So then we had to adapt it to online, which meant we had to we had to go through a whole safeguarding process with online delivery in the home and with all of the tutoring organisations that we'd already approved. We had to go through kind of a second process, and we had to then be flexible on the amount of hours that each student would get. And again, the program changed within the 7 months that we delivered it in the first year, 7-8 months.
And you were stretching people's adaptability every time.
Yeah, and but we had to take those constant check-ins to see what was and wasn't working.
Yeah. I have to hear from everyone. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the NTP is the world's biggest ever attempt to embed tutoring into a state school system.
Yeah.
By some distance. There's bits going on in Holland, bits in the US, but it's just the biggest ever attempt. And they need some kind of applause for that, really, the government. They acted quickly, they weren't going to get everything right. When we think about it 6 years on, how can we make sure it does make a difference? Obviously, it will make a difference to those children and young people that are involved. But the most important difference I think it can make is to get a really much better, fine-grained understanding under, not whether it's made a difference, not proving impact, but understanding under what conditions does tutoring make the biggest impact.
Oh, lovely.
Now, that's a mixture of that big NFER report that we all can't wait to see, the work you're doing, the micro evaluations that you're talking about, and all of you. So ideally, in 4 or 5 years' time, whenever it is, we just know much more about, coming back to your question, what does quality first tutoring look like? What types of pedagogies work best under what conditions? And that will be, the mature market we need for this. Just one, go on.
Out of interest, though, coming back to what you said about quality first education,
Yeah.
do you think that's actually what it should be called across the board? Because it's so interlinked.
Say the phrase again, because it was missed.
Quality, I was asking, because so you talked about quality first teaching, quality first tutoring. Maybe it should come under this umbrella of, as we are now becoming so interlinked and intertwined and interconnected.
No, but isn't that lovely that you're able to ring a change for, as we are now becoming so much more interlinked? That's a fantastic thing to notice.
I like that.
It's really interesting, really interesting.
Because people on social media can say, why have the difference between teacher and tutor having been both? And you could argue I'm not really a tutor with what I do. Am I actually but am I actually purely an educator? And maybe that's the bigger question.
Lovely. Lovely. This is another panel, and you'll book it. So Charlotte's planning a new panel on the question of whether there is where there is a new term that embraces quality first teaching and quality first tutoring to become assistant to talk about the quality first education or learning provision, including our lovely early yearsers and the coaches that work around them. Am I allowed to do Q&A right now? Give me clear instructions, boss. Okay, Lucy's been waiting. Lucy's fingers have actually gone numb. She's been.
Can you just hold on one
Pardon? No, it's fine.
Laura hasn't had a chance to talk. Whilst you're doing the mic, Laura, go ahead.
I was just going to, while you're passing the mic,
yes,
just
good idea.
very quickly on that, because I think it links to the sustainability bit. I think what we're seeing is that tutoring in schools and outside of schools works. HLTLs have so much power as part of that, that the sustainable idea is about that integration, isn't it? It's about everybody working together, and rather it being tutors, schools, it's that united, and that's what makes it sustainable. But I think vital in this, really quickly, is that school leader understanding that and sharing that language and making it a part of their
I think a lot of work that has really motivated me is removing the stigma around tutoring. And that's, I think, I spoke to a school leader, Lucy spoke to a school leader recently who said, you do tutoring, I don't need tutoring. She said,
10 minutes.
Let me tell you why you're wrong. Go ahead.
So I just, it's been a fascinating discussion, thank you. So 22.6% of students are described as persistently absent from school, and it just strikes me that this conversation here is very much about how we reduce the advantage gap for students who can either physically attend school or attend a lesson online, because we work with, Kaylee as well, we work with students who they would just close a laptop if they were given an online learning, and I just listening to how this is going to be funded going forward, all I've really heard about is extra funding from the government that would continue, and also pupil premium funding. And realistically, when schools have got huge teacher retention crises, like energy bills going through the roof, and physically maintaining a safe school environment, which we've seen in the news recently, it strikes me that no one's actually creatively looking at how we're going to fund this in the future. So I was just interested to know, in your organisations, what you're looking at in terms of creatively funding this going forward, rather than just keeping going back to the government for an extra handout, and that worries me.
It's a juicy question. Does anybody in the group want to contribute? Because it's a really, really juicy question about... Go ahead.
I think I was just trying to draw upon my memory of what happened in sort of the first year. I think when we were talking about those the adaptability of the year one of the NTP, initially, you're right, the approach was to go through schools, so the tutoring organisations had to create relationships with schools, but we actually adjusted the kind of delivery parameters of that so that virtual schools were included. So for those who don't know, virtual schools, they kind of are working with students. They are kind of part of a local authority, so they're not actually physical schools, but they are people, teams of people or one person that are in charge of, I don't like the phrase in charge of, but I don't know how else to describe it, of students that are in the care system.
Have responsibility.
So they have responsibility for, thank you. Students that are in the care system have responsibility for their educational outcomes. And the first year, and I'm not sure how it looks now, but the first year delivery was adjusted so that virtual school heads could get tutoring for students that are in the care system who are more likely to be persistently absent from school than other groups of children. So I think that's a flexibility, I suppose, like not necessarily delivering it through the schools, but thinking about the whole system, particularly looking with local authorities, because they have teams of all local authorities have teams of people that are working with the most vulnerable students, and seeing and making sure that these programs can be commissioned by them as well, and not just by the schools.
Fantastic, thank you. Andrea, go ahead. What do the people say? Christy,
this is more my sort of thought, actually. I think Lucy's hit on something really interesting about we can talk about how we can make it sustainable, but if we have not got the funding behind it, it's not going to get out of the gates at the starting block. So one of the thoughts I had with the gap between those who are in, for example, independent education, private education, and there should, could there be more, because they're charitable trust status, a lot of these independent schools, can we have more partnerships where we've got financial support from independent schools as part of I suppose, a social responsibility to give back in a way, and also perhaps within corporations for their part of their CSR. Why can't they invest more in supporting at scale, because it is at scale that we need it? Can we not be a little bit more agile with thinking, well, as Lucy said, the government aren't going to help. We need to find an open door that will. And we know that there's a huge sort of disparity between extreme wealth and the rest of us. We need to tap into that. We need to try and find people who perhaps, and organisations that might want to offer that support in a way that sadly the government aren't. And it's just about, I think, being agile enough to move away from that.
You're talking about sort of corporate sponsorship of tutoring. It's really interesting. We're going to go to Christy because she asked nicely, and then I'm going to wrap up.
There's a couple of things that come to mind sort of following the last few things that you guys just said, and something that you said earlier as well. And I think, first of all, I guess recognizing that particularly when you're referring to the issue with attendance and absence in schools, there's a whole host of, I think, players across the sector. There's so many charities that we work with that particularly focus on working with pupils at risk of exclusion or that have high rates of absenteeism as well. And I think a lot of that, which I think maybe there's a bit of overlap here, which I think you started touching on, is this mentor role as well of potentially a tutor, or separately, like with a lot of organizations we work with that particularly focus on mentoring and thinking about the disadvantage gap. There's a lot of evidence around how important role modeling is, and mentoring in that sense for disadvantaged pupils who haven't seen somebody in their family go to university, and therefore being mentored or tutored, whatever sort of context you want to put it in, can be really powerful for them. So I guess keeping that link in mind, particularly when we're thinking about the disadvantage gap and the range of organizations that work in that field, even if it's slightly outside of tutoring, it's probably a lot to learn from each other. And just wanted to call that out there.
Awesome, thank you. I feel that these are the richest conversations I've been a part of in tutoring in the years that we've been doing this together. I feel that the overlaps and the depth of the different topics and themes and expertise coming together are beginning to really feel like professional development in action. I feel like it seems to me that we've sown seeds that will affect each of our practice in their own way. And whether that's policy making, whether it's running groups, whether it's tutoring online, whether it's parenting, or running the entire world with Google and all the very clever things, all of it comes together. We have teachers in the room, we have tutors in the room, we have parents in the room. Some of us are wearing all the hats at the same time. But this sense of blending the different names, but understanding that different intervention has to stay different. So there's a bendiness, there's a flexibility, there's a reimagining, there's a making space for doing things better, not just good enough, that we are all opting into. And that's a really, really interesting place for us to be. There's no boxiness in this conversation, and I think that's what I found most refreshing. There's a real sense of being willing to step out of our comfort zones for the sake of the young people who are in early years right now, to make sure that whatever we create is sustainable in the long term. Thank you so much for participating. It's been a real pleasure to hear your thoughts. Thank you. Lovely people at home, turn your screens off and go and have some lunch. Bye. Thank you. So much to see.
unsure where I'll land when I close my eyes. Brings back who I am. Bring back who I am. Bring back who I am.
Hello? Hello. Yo, hi. Hello, everybody. I'm really sorry to disturb you all. I have been ordered by Odette to be the person that says this. Thank you so much, Odette. I do everything you tell me to do. And I'm going red and everything. If you fancy getting some amazing books by Andy, they are all over there. You can grab a copy. It's amazing. That was right. Andy Cope, Art of Brilliance. Hi.
And how will we ever see if we are meant to be? It's terrifying. It's terrifying. We've both been there before. When a love shuts the door, it's a losing game. It's a losing game. But this time it's more than another love war. This ain't the same. This ain't the same. They say love heals all. It makes it all alright. In time. In time. My heart still feels the breaking, but you make my world so bright. Feel so right. You feel so right. And how will we ever feel that what we got is real? There's no denying. There's no denying. And how will we ever see if we are meant to be? It's terrifying. It's terrifying. And how will we ever know if the love will ever grow without trying? Without trying. And how will we ever see if we are meant to be? It's terrifying. It's terrifying.
Ladies and gentlemen, there have been people asking for demos of pencil spaces. Aish and the team are at the back of the room where lunch is being served, doing personal demos for anybody that wants to see how pencil spaces work. Just remember, in your goodie bags, you can have Pencil Spaces Pro for just £1 for the whole year.
Like stars that shine in darkness glows so bright. You once told me I'd have to dim my light. My mystic being held by gravity. I almost let you hold me back from everything. Oh, me and my shadow learn to let go. Oh, burning my fears now, stealing the power. Keep falling, falling, I'll keep falling, falling. Thought I was gone, hanging on the edge, but now I come back like a goddess, like a goddess. You shot my conscience, flew up to the sky. I used to give in, but now I'd ask you why. Say I'm different, let your words run out, but I'm not desperate for your approval now. Oh, me and my shadow learn to let go. Oh, burning my fears now, stealing the power. Keep falling,
Don't know where it came from. You've always been the same one. You've been slipping out, but that's nothing new. Convince me I'm the only one. 'Cause I've been trying to figure out if I work it out with you. I don't know what I'm talking about, it's just always so new. 'Cause I could do better than you. Wonder why I decided to fly, but you know the reason why. It's true, love is blind, and you showed me why. Got no tears for me to cry. Don't know where it came from. You've always been the same one. You've been stepping out, but that's nothing new. Convince me I'm the only one. 'Cause I've been trying to figure out if I work it out with you. Don't know what I'm talking about, it's just always so new. 'Cause I can do better than you. Take me higher, off the ground. We're on fire, but I need you now. Take me higher, off the ground. We're on fire, but I need you now. But I need you now. Your time will tell. I thought that we were meant to be, but time will tell. Yeah, time will tell. I thought that we were meant to be, but time will tell. Yeah, time. I thought that we were meant to be, but time will tell. Yeah, time will tell. I thought that we were meant to be, but time will tell. Yeah, time. Time
my life, been waiting for you and we can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. All my life, been waiting for you and we can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. I can't lie, I'm into you. I can't hide from the truth. Caught my eye, pull me closer. For you and we can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. All my life, been waiting for you and we can't ignore everything going on in between us. In the light, in the dark, you're my witness. I can't lie, I'm into you. I can't hide from the truth. Caught my eye, pull me closer. Oh my baby, got me staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, live like it true. I know it, you know it, we make it. Staring at you, so I'm crazy. Won't you bend that for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. Heaven is really not far away. How can we fall in love for a day? I want to fall in love, baby, just for the night, just for the night. Heaven is really not far away. How can we fall in love for a day? I want to fall in love, baby, just for the night, just for the night.
5 in the morning, I'm all out of breath. Don't make me forget it. Don't make me forget all the reasons I gave. Stuck in your bed, high as the ceiling. Love how you taste. Yeah, it's easy, yeah, to walk out the door and never look back. There's no reason now to keep screwing over the feelings we have. So I keep coming over, breathing your cigarette smoke. Keep coming over. You make me feel something real. Make me feel lucky. I keep on falling, I keep on falling the further I get. Don't be mistaken, there's still some parts that just don't make sense. Stuck in my head, I keep on thinking, why won't we stay? Yeah, it's easy, yeah, to walk out the door and never look back. There's no reason now to keep screwing over the feelings we have. So I keep coming over, breathing your cigarette smoke. Keep coming over. You make me feel something real. Make me feel lucky. I'm alone in the dark, can I be where you are? You were gone from the start, now you tear me apart. I gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know that I'll never be the girl that you need. You need. You would feel the same if you were at the back of her mind. Suddenly the rain swept away the dust from my eyes. were gone from the start, now you tear me apart. I gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know that I'll never be the girl that you need. You need.
I don't need to tell you that it's over. And I know if I come any closer, I don't need to tell you that it's over. And I know if I come any closer, this is gonna be too much for us to bear.
I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. And I know if I come any closer, this is gonna be too much for us to bear. I don't need to tell you that it's over. You can probably see it in the way I stare. And I know if I come any closer, this is gonna be too much for us to bear. I'm just calling to say. It's gonna be too much for us to bear.
You're the life of the party, I guess. You crave all that attention. Where is everyone when it all ends? Always seems to be the question. I know you like to show it off. It's okay if it's fine, but it's not. Cause you talk about yourself too much. And people go away, they're not insane. As you think, oh no, I walk away, but I ain't losing. Oh no, I'm tired of people trying to fool me. Cause I learned the price of love. Don't give away anymore that easily. I just wanna level up. Cause I'm stronger than I was, not the strongest that I can be. Cause I'm stronger than I was, not the strongest that I can be. Here you are, you got so much to say. And want me to pay attention, but never ask me if I wanna stay. Word after word, I feel the rising tension. But you wanna open up. Oh, it's okay if it's fun, but it's not. Cause I don't really wanna talk. No wonder why you're alone. I let you to go. Oh no, I walk away, but I ain't losing. Oh no, I'm tired of people trying to fool me.
222.
Don't give away anymore that easily. I just wanna level up. Cause I'm stronger than I was, not the strongest that I can be.
222. Is that coming through at the front? Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna launch. When I wake up, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. Or if I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. Or if I get drunk, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. Or if I haver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's havering to you. 2, 3, 4, and I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more, just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door when I'm working. Yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. When the money comes in for the work I do, I pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes home back to you. If I grow, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's going home to you. 2, 3, 4, and I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more, just just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-dum-di-da-da-dum-di-da-da-da. Join. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-dum-di-da-da-dum-di-da-da-da. When I'm lonely, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's lonely without you. When I'm dreaming, yes, I know I'm gonna dream about the time I'm with you. If I go, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's growing old to you. When I come home, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's coming home to you. I'm gonna be the man who's coming home to you. 2, 3, 4, and I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-dum-di-da-da-dum-di-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-dum-di-da-da-dum-di-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-dum-di-da-da-dum-di-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-dum-di-da-da-dum-di-da-da-da. Well, I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. 500 miles by the Proclaimers. Okay. So, yeah, that song has a bit of maths in it. 500, 500, 1,000. Yeah. I happen to have it. Maybe got a couple more songs. Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into the ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Ba 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 da 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 da. 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 I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. The taste of love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh, but the fire went wild. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Ba 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 da 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 da. 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 I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, 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 the ring of fire. Johnny Cash and the ring of fire. All right, thank you. All right. It's coming to 2 o'clock, so I'll do one more. You can do one. That's all right. I'll be finished in 3 minutes. That was There She Goes with the Laws. I've been Atul Rana. Thank you very much.
This might not work, but we'll see, because I'm trying to do it karaoke style. So here goes. If it goes wrong, I've just made a fool of myself on live streaming, but that's fine. Okay. Can you hear that? Oh, how we're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would wait forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, give you a different name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Know with all of your heart you can shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. Is it time to... Oh, shit. Sorry. Am I allowed to carry on? And on a mission, never mind, to find our inner peace. Make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity. As long as we're together, there's no place I'd rather be. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, give you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Know with all of your heart you can shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. Do we have to stop? Sorry.
I will sing and I will dance, but not right now. Okay. A Love Tutoring Festival is not a Love Tutoring Festival without somebody going rogue. Well done, Kaylee. Well done, Lauren. Well done, Arthur. Well done. Well done, Arthur. Okay, so. And it's got all the colours. No, don't do eBay. Don't do eBay. Do Vinted. Okay, so. We're on the home stretch, but we're not slowing down. Atul, are you coming to sit down? Do you need to take your amp? Have you got it? I don't know if you've spotted, but Hannah has brought us all some goodies. The world's best postcards. And if you're anything like me, you love a good postcard. All the wisdom that you need to know, beautifully illustrated by the Art of Brilliance geniuses. And she's going to treat you to some of these later. There are also Andy Cope's books on, well, hello, what a treat. There are also Andy Cope's books on well-being, on zest, on being your best self and living your best life. Thank you, can I have a job? And those are, Hannah, for sale and signed. They're all signed. Thank you. So the reason why Art of Brilliance are here is because they want to help us to celebrate. May I have your attention, please? Are you shopping online during my presentation? There's like no boundaries left right now. I noticed something that I really wanted to share with you. Some of us came in jeans today, which I think is the most gorgeous thing. No, for you in San Francisco, that's normal. Right, that's formal. Well done for getting dressed this morning. I appreciate that. It says to me, and Swati, you and I were talking about this before, it feels like coming home. It does. Feeling comfortable to get up on stage and ad-lib karaoke and wear your jeans and bring your awesome little boy and see your best friend that you never actually met in person before is defining LTF4, and some tears, is defining LTF4. And I'm really, really grateful to introduce Christine to you because Christine nurtured me and qualified tutor 18 or so months ago in a really, really intensive way. And it was a really important process in building the confidence and the mindset to be able to stand here and create something that will be lasting and contribute to lasting change in education. And it's a great big audacious goal that I've set myself, and Christine has been integral in helping me to have the confidence to do that. So what I'm doing here is giving you a gift of the same support and insights. So enjoy, even though you're digesting. I don't want you to drop off. I don't want you to slow down. I want you to make use of this awesome opportunity. Thank you, Christine.
Hello, and welcome. I know that you've had a good couple of days, and I think this is my clicker.
It is.
I know you've had a really good couple of days, and we're in the home stretch. There's only a couple of more things left to do. And I also know that you've just had some delicious, highly sugar cake. And fabulous food. So during the speech, I am going to try and keep you awake. I want as much participation at the end. So there will be loads of questions. If you've got a pen in your hand, just jot them down. We'll go right the way through them at the end. And even if we run out of time for questions, I'm going to be sticking around, so please just come and ask me. There's no such thing as a stupid question. You all know that because you're all qualified tutors. The only stupid question is the one that you don't ask. So please don't leave here thinking, I wish I'd asked that. But if you do, then there'll always be an opportunity for you to ask me anyway. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is actually the business side of building your tutoring practice with some real practical tips on building the business. But first of all, I'm really going to go into the mindset. So who am I? Well, my name's Christine Nicholson. I've been UK Business Mentor of the Year for the last 4 years. And I'm an author, so I've written books about running businesses. I'm a speaker. I regularly speak. I spoke at another event yesterday in a completely different industry sector. And I'm a professional, qualified and experienced business mentor, in the same way that you are all professional, qualified, credentialed, and experienced tutors. And if you're not that today, you will be that in the future. And it's a mindset I really want you to think about: qualified, professional, experienced, because all of these things will actually build the confidence that you're going to have in the future. Now, in the past, I have run a zoo. I have built and sold equipment to spies. And I've built healthcare businesses from absolute scratch right the way through to purpose-built head trauma units. So as you can see, I've had a fairly broad range of experience. And one of the reasons why I've coped with all the different industry sectors and anything that anybody's ever thrown at me is because I've had these next 7 mindsets. So I'm going to go through them one by one very, very quickly, because what I think is important is when you're building your business is to understand that actually the mindset that you go in with is as important as what you actually do from a business practice perspective. So I really want you to kind of dial into some of these mindsets and think about them every single day, because some of these things you're going to score 10 out of 10 I'm going to have absolutely no problem. Some of you will have no problem with confidence, but what you will have maybe is some issues with some of the other mindset factors, and what we want to do is dial them all up to 10 out of 10, because that's how you give the best value to your clients. So I'm going to talk about confidence, because from what I've seen is you're all qualified, professional, experienced, but not actually stepping into that big mantle of being qualified, professional, experience. If you don't believe it, if you don't have the confidence in it yourself, you're never going to exude that to the people that are going to make a difference to. And one of the things that you've got is multiple clients. You're possibly working with schools. You're certainly being paid by somebody other than the student who is the person that you're going to have the biggest impact in. When you walk in that room with confidence, it's like having your own cheerleader. So you're going to have 3 cheerleaders. You are going to be your best cheerleader. You've also got your community to be a cheerleader, and possibly some of you will have your mentors or your coaches or your clients who will be your cheerleaders too. But I want you to think of confidence as having an invisible cheerleader, and most of it has to come from within. But remember, you're going to have the confidence of being qualified, credentialed, experienced, professional, and being part of this really good community. Your community is going to be some of the things that feed you some of that confidence food. But I really want you to take on board the need for you to build. It's your responsibility to build your confidence. Sometimes that's just talking to yourself in the mirror. It's about telling yourself that you're qualified, experienced, and professional. And then because I do it. I walk into a room thinking, why would anybody want to listen to me? And then I go, because I'm qualified, because I'm experienced. You can't take my qualifications away from me. You can't take my experience with me away from me. And I choose to turn up as a professional. So then it's all about courage. And actually, I am an extreme introvert. Nobody ever believes that. I'm assertively friendly because I've trained myself to be assertively friendly. And part of that is courage. It's not that I'm not afraid. It's that I feel the fear and do it anyway, because I know that's going to make a positive impact to my life. And it's also going to make a positive impact to my clients. If I come into my clients and go, oh God, so timid, so frightened. Doesn't serve me, doesn't serve them. So you literally have to put that mantle of courage on. And it usually comes after a little self-talk in the mirror, which is the confidence of, I've got something that's valuable to share. And if one person takes something from this message, then that is the value that I've shared. If one person every day takes something away from you, whether it's a parent who's now feeling more comfortable about the fact that they're looking after their child's educational needs, whether it's the student themselves who has that aha breakthrough, whether it's the fact that a parent is actually talking more confidently about their child, feeling more confident in their abilities as a parent. These are the things that you bring by being brave, stepping out and saying, I am a qualified, experienced, professional tutor, and I've got some value to offer. This is one of my favorite quotes. When in hell, keep going. And there are going to be times when you're not feeling that confident, you're not feeling that courageous, but you're all sat here, whether you're in this room or whether you're at home. because you believe in what you have to offer, the value that you have to give, because you are making a difference. If you want to change the world, these brilliant postcards, if you want to change the world, you've got to start with yourself. And that really comes from believing in yourself. And you've got to have the tenacity to keep believing, to keep turning up with that courage. Tenacity is all about sticking with it. There was a famous speech by Madonna. I know that's not what you're expecting me to say. But she was accepting a Lifetime Award. And she walked on the stage, and it meant Madonna, for goodness sake. And you could see that she was shaking as she stepped on the stage. So it's not that she doesn't feel the fear. She still stepped on the stage. And eventually she settled into it. And she said, people think I've been controversial my entire career. I've done one controversial thing. I stuck around. And that's all she's done. The controversial thing that she did was stuck around. And the one controversial thing that you can do is actually stick with it. Because one thing I know about tutors is you're all outcome orientated. The real value that you offer is the change that your students are going to experience, the change that the parents of those students are going to experience, in the confidence that they're going to have as doing the right thing for their children, the change in behavior and outcomes that your students are going to experience, but also the change in the outcomes that you're going to experience for yourselves. Because, at the risk of repeating myself, because you're here, you're qualified, you're credentialed, you're experienced and gaining experience, and you're all professional and are going to hold yourself to a higher standard than people who aren't credentialed and who aren't experienced. You're going to be the role models for those who aren't experienced but are actually bringing themselves forward, as tutoring isn't necessarily plan B. In fact, tutoring isn't plan B. It might be plan A 2.0, because we all wake up and make a decision based on today's situation. And it could be that it's plan A parallel to the other plan A that you had. This is an additional stream of work, well-being, and income. But it all boils down to outcome orientation. I don't really need to say anything about passion. You're all here. Like, if you weren't passionate about tutoring, you wouldn't be here, would you? But passion is what drives people. When you're doing what you feel passionate about, everything feels like it's flow. It feels easy. When you're doing something that you don't feel passionate about, it's going to feel like treacle, or your energy levels are going to dip. It's going to feel like you just ate that cake about 20 minutes ago. I'm actually very impressed. I can't see anybody doing the whole sugar crash just yet, but don't worry, I'm on the hunt for it. But people will believe you and enjoy working with you more if you're bringing that passion to the fore. They don't really care about whether you've got 15 PhDs or not. They want to know that you're professional, qualified, experienced enough for whatever it is that you're doing. And actually, passion bombs all of that out of the water. And again, I don't really need to talk about self-improvement, because you're here. Here at the biggest self-improvement conference for your industry. You're all breaking the boundaries of what tutoring is about. You know, this isn't something that you do as a sideline anymore. This is actually something that you've got a driving passion for, to get qualified, to get more experience, to behave in a professional way, to stand up and role model the next round of tutors that come through. And it all comes together with teamwork. So if you want to go if you want to go fast, you can go alone. If you want to go far, you've got to go together. And the great thing about the Love Tutoring Festival and actually Qualified Tutor is the community, because you all get to support each other. I remember listening to the Moonpig guy, can't remember his name, Nick Jenkins. Nick Jenkins founded Moonpig. And which he then, actually having thrown every penny of everything that he owned into this business, eventually sold it for, I think it was 120 million. And I remember going to an entrepreneurs event where he was talking, and he walked on stage, and all the entrepreneurs, we were like Fraggles. It was like, yay, Nick, yay, yay, yeah, me, Nick. And he said, I love going into rooms with entrepreneurs. He said, because, you all help each other. He said, even if you're in the same industry, business owners, you know the ups and downs, and you know all the drama that goes on. He says, I think it was his girlfriend, it might be his wife. She's a physiotherapist. He said, they're all bitching about each other and stabbing each other in the back. He said, it's horrible. He said, but you're in a community that really supports each other. You all do something slightly different. Yeah, you're qualified, you're experienced, you're professional. You've all got your own unique personality. You've all got your unique skills and your the subjects that you teach. And you will all do it in a very different way. But that's great because you've got this community to celebrate it in. And actually that's the real value of teamwork. Teamwork is about community. It's about your community, your team, being your cheerleaders. Okay, so I really wanted to set the scene with all of that, because actually I wanted you to all feel elevated about what it is that you do. You're the game changers for the next generation and generations to come. You're going to role model the next round of tutors. You're literally pioneering the way for what really good tutoring looks like, but it is a business. So I'm going to just talk about 3 things very briefly, because the first thing is marketing. No business gets anywhere without marketing. And one of the things I hear is people saying, got to get into social media, got to get on Facebook, or got to use Snapchat or whatever it is. And actually, that's just a medium and a media. But when it comes to marketing, the 3 big things are know your market, i.e. who your customers are. And your customers are going to be the people that you serve, but also the people who pay you. It's really important to remember the people that you pay, that are paying you. So really understand your market, then understand your message before you even start thinking about the media or medium that you're going to transmit on. There's no point in being on Facebook if you haven't got a decent message that's actually targeted directly at the person or persons that are going to be buying your service, handing over the money, and are actually receiving the service. So from a marketing perspective, what I just want you to think about, and you can go and find out all sorts of stuff about marketing, but if you just focus on those 3 things from a top-level perspective, then you'll be able to ask the right questions to get the right help, because it's always understand who it is that your market is. Some of you may be specialize in actually only tutoring within a school environment. You may only specialize in doing one-to-one A-levels in AS Maths. You might be, you may be, your market might be something else. You might be only tutoring very small groups. You might be SEN specialists. It doesn't matter what it is, but get clear on what your market is. Because I guarantee you one thing, your market is not every 16-year-old boy that's doing AS Maths. It will be a very specific niche. And the other thing is that your clients are those who are willing and able to pay. Unless you are absolutely doing the work pro bono, your clients are those who are willing and able to pay. So do keep that in mind. So let's talk about selling and pricing, because one thing I know is that most people absolutely hate selling. I hate it. And most people hate being sold to. But this is where we go back to the market message media, because if you've got the right message going directly to your market, it won't feel like selling. And the other thing about selling is that your service is of really high value to those who are your direct ideal customers, who are willing and able to pay, who recognize the value that you bring, because your outcome, in your mindset, you're outcome orientated. And if you make sure that all your messaging is actually dialed into, here's the value that I add. This is the difference I'm going to make. This is the transformation I'm going to make. Because, I'll go back to the postcard. It's, let's take the if off. You want to change the world. You want to change the world. Those words are on there, right as part of, if you want to change the world, start with yourself. You want to change the world. To do that, you have to add value to something. You have the value because you're qualified, experienced, professional. You've got this great community. So if you're not feeling that you can articulate your value very well, get together in your community. Then nothing will big you up in your own mind than the other members of your community telling you what's unique about you in the same way that you can tell them what's unique about them, and actually really start to dial in and understand your value. Because pricing actually becomes really easy when you understand your value. If you understand your value, you would never start off with X price and then discount. And I know a lot of people do that. It's a really easy temptation to do. In fact, if you're anything like me a few years ago, somebody would say, oh, I really want to do business with you. What does it take? And I'd go, oh, well, and I'd apologize about the cost. And then I'd go, but don't worry, I can give you a discount. And they haven't asked for one. But I'm already, because I'm not my own customer, and I'm already devaluing what I do. And I'm like, really sorry for asking you for money. But now I recognize that I deal in transformation, and when I'm working with my ideal clients, the transformation is actually adding zeros onto the value of their business. One client that I worked with last year, we literally, in less than 12 months, added £1 million of value directly to their business in less than 1 year. And so, trust me, I didn't charge £1 million. Now, your transformation is probably a little less easy to measure in terms of direct pound notes, but it's really easy to measure in the impact that you have on kids and the people that you tutor. And it's really easy for you to see in the transformation from a parent who's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? My child is suffering, and all I want to do is help them be the best that they can be. And then you guys waltz in, and then they transform, and you can see them really flourishing. And what is the value that you're bringing? Well, you're bringing the fact that you're qualified, experienced, professional, and you've got the massive support of this great community. So I'm not going to tell you how to price your product. What I am doing is say, join up the pricing with the value that you add, and never apologize for what you're charging. Because if someone is unwilling to pay, they're not your customer. It's as simple as that. Your customers are willing and able to pay. And I do recognize that, particularly in tutoring, sometimes you're going to be working with people who literally, they are willing to pay if they had the money, but they don't have it. Or you're going to be working in perhaps public institutions where funding is going to be slightly more of a challenge for you. But here's what I do to make sure that I recognize the value every time I work with somebody when I'm doing it for free. Because at the end of the day, if I'm doing it for free, I'm literally giving money away, which is a bit like donating money to charity. So what I do is I always raise an invoice to that customer and give them a 100% discount, and does two things. It lets them recognize the value that they're receiving, and it lets me recognize the value that I'm giving away. But it also keeps me dialed in to the value that I have, that I'm giving. So the final thing that I want to really talk about is efficiency. And actually, it's a bit of a misnomer to say efficiency, because what I really want to do is I want to talk about AI. Because I've been to a couple of AI conferences just recently, and there's lots of business owners in just about every sector, and they're going, oh, God, yeah, I'm going to be out of a job. Oh, God, my business is going to be worth nothing. But actually, AI is an efficiency tool. Actually, for most things, AI in the tools that we use aren't actually AI. They're usually large language models or machine learning. And what you can do is actually use them. If you think about doing anything repetitively, you can use these little AI tools, and you join them up, and they do all the boring stuff, particularly admin and all of that stuff. But I have heard people say, oh, well, there'll be no need for teachers because of AI. There'll be no need for tutors. Oh, we'll just ask the Google. The Google has all the answers, but the Google doesn't know which questions to ask, and neither does AI. And the ability to ask the right questions is what you have in the fact that you are qualified, that you are experienced, that you are professional, that you have the human experience, because AI isn't human. I mean, eventually it's going to learn to ask smarter and smarter questions, but they're never going to ask the smartest questions. So I would encourage you to embrace things, AI tools, to increase your efficiency so that you get out of all the stuff that's really boring. I don't know. Look, I'm an accountant. I don't know anybody who enjoys spending Sunday evening raising invoices. Don't enjoy it. No. I don't enjoy it. I don't know anybody who does. Well, there's a few, I'm going to use the word sick individuals. And I mean it with love and warmth. But they're weird. In the same way that I'm pretty sure that if you're not being paid, you don't enjoy chasing people up for money either. I mean, you can automate all of that. I mean, obviously, you can't make people write the check and send the money, but you can actually send them a reminder. And you can actually do it all without actually getting involved. So all the things that make you feel a bit, I'm going to leave that till the end of the end. And I'm going to leave it, and I'm going to leave it, and I'm going to leave it until I can't leave it anymore. But then I'm going to still leave it another week. All of those things, just think of if you can automate, or even better, get someone else to do it. Or even better than that, get someone else to automate it. Because when you're passionate about something, which goes back to that original mindset piece, when you're really passionate about something, you feel like you're in flow. You know, time becomes really elastic when you're feeling, when you're actually doing what you're born to do, the things that are adding the most value. The things that add the littlest amount of value but are just actually fundamentally necessary, they are going to feel like wading through treacle. It's where you're going to have, when you have that feeling like when in hell, keep going. And so if you have that, oh God, I'm in hell moment, then it's time to think, is there somebody else or some other way of being able to do this? So what I really wanted to do was make sure that I didn't spend all of my time filling the space, because I could talk for hours about this stuff, and make sure that I left lots of time for questions. Because as far as I'm concerned, you are all qualified, experienced, professional. You're all passionate. You've got most of the right mindsets, which are the ones that you feel the weakest. If you think about the 7, which are the ones that are the weakest, be really honest with yourself. The slides will be shared, by the way. And then think about the ones that you have to work on. And if it's confidence, how many cheerleaders are in your community? If it's tenacity, if it's like, oh, I'm not sure I can keep going, again, come back to your community. And actually, if you don't feel like you can step forward, I know Hannah's going to talk about well-being in a moment. But if you don't feel like you can go forward, maybe you need to have an honest conversation about whether what you're actually doing is what you should be doing. Because it could be tutoring is at the heart of what you do. It's just that the way you're doing it might not be for you. You might just need to change something about it. So ultimately, what are you waiting for? I want you to go out there and I want you to change the world, because that's what you were born to do. I want you to go out there as qualified, professional, experienced tutors that are changing the world, starting with yourself and everybody else around you. Questions? I can see you're all stunned, or at least you're not asleep, unless you're like horses and you can sleep with your eyes open.
I have a question, sorry, from our online community, if that's all right. The chat has been lit, to use what the kids say. I know, I didn't deliver that very well. This has probably been, I've been manning the chat for the last 2 days, and this has probably been one of the liveliest chats in terms of, I've been asking people to lean in and rate themselves on the mindsets that you've been talking about, some of the reasons behind it. We've had some really lovely things coming through here. And one of the questions that we've got from Lucy online, She's talking about this idea about trying to get to know your audience, and different ways that you can do that, and how you can almost have an onboarding sort of process that is not too onerous, because a lot of our clients are parents that might not necessarily be initiated in that way. So some ideas about perhaps how we can onboard parents and clients that you might have found that are very efficient and streamlined and effective.
Okay.
Please.
The one thing I will say... Oh, sorry. I realised I was not on camera. So one of the things I will say about onboarding, this is an efficiency thing. Keep it really simple. I mean, your parents have got things that they're worried about, which is usually a child who's not achieving its educational potential. Last thing they want to be worrying about is filling 15 million forms in. And it may be that your onboarding is what's really essential to get started. So if you think about it, I want you to have moments of complete selfishness for the moment. What's really essential for you? You want to make sure that you're taking on the right student, that you've got a parent that you can work with, and you want to be paid. So get all of that stuff out right at the very beginning. If nothing else, on board the how I'm going to get paid, and make that really easy. And you can automate that completely, including sending an invoice out with a link using cloud accounting. It takes less than 15 minutes to set up. You can set up a Stripe account. You can set up a Go Cardless account. None of them cost any money until you're receiving money, so you're not actually really investing in anything. But think about the things that's most important for you, get paid. Now think about the journey that the client is going to go through. And it could be that you just do this iteratively, but get the most important things in first. But the biggest thing is don't make it complicated. I've seen so many people bend themselves like paper clips trying to get reams and reams of information. If you don't need it, don't ask for it.
That's been really, really beneficial with a lot of people repeating some of the support on some of your sound bites online there. So thank you. Yeah.
Brilliant. Please. Haha.
I'm also a tutor, and this is a little bit of a cheat question, but I'm in a very competitive market. Someone said the third most competitive market in the world. If I do the same thing, use the same tools like Zoom as everybody, and I'm still trying to be different because I'm really worried about learning new things, what am I doing wrong?
Oh, well, for a start off, you're not doing anything wrong. Okay? You're delivering the value to your clients in your own unique way. No two people are the same. I'm going to answer a different question if this helps, and hopefully I will 3-point turn back into yours. One of the challenges that I find with people where their service is related to a start time and a finish time is they're selling time. You're not selling time. You're selling transformation. You're selling transformation of two key individuals, the child and the parent. So for me, to differentiate yourself from anyone else is to actually describe the service that you're giving in terms of the transformation that is going to be achieved. Nobody cares how you do it. They just care of, this is where I'm starting from, deep pain. This is where I want to be, deep joy. Okay, so sell the transformation and try and divorce the time for money element by selling a package of, this is the transformation that we're going to go through, because no one cares how you do it. So for me, as a professional business mentor, for example, I'm competing with people who aren't qualified, aren't experienced, certainly aren't professional, and will charge a tenth of what I charge. I don't have any problem getting customers because I don't sell time for money. People who are selling an hour's coaching can't compete, because anybody who's willing to pay for an hour's coaching is paying for a very expensive coffee. What they get with me is, this is where you are, and I'm going to tell you where you are. You're going to tell me where you think you are. And probably this is pretty true for tutoring as well. Your student and your parent will maybe come in with two different stories of where they think they are. First thing you're going to do is tell them where they actually are. Then you're going to take them somewhere different, because that's where they want to go. It has nothing to do with time. It's to do with what happens in the time. So even if you've got a start time and a finish time, you are not selling time, you are selling transformation. Does that help?
Thank you.
Another one from the, sorry.
Oh, well, let's do an online one and then do yes.
Even. So another one from the Lit chat. What we've got here is, and I think this is something that doesn't have maybe a precise answer, but Kathleen asked online, and I think this is something that's quite pertinent to a lot of tutors. How do we overcome the feeling of being a tutor and not an entrepreneur? How do you sort of marry the two?
Oh, God, these are tough questions. Okay. Okay, let me be really brutal about the entrepreneur word. Because for me, the true definition of an entrepreneur is somebody who actually doesn't work in their business. You're a business owner, and your entire aim is to get out of the day-to-day of that business, and you're a business owner. But you're more than just a shareholder. You're not. I wouldn't class myself as an entrepreneur because I own shares in Shell, for example. But I do class myself as an entrepreneur when I owned 3 businesses all at the same time, because I literally couldn't be operating in all of them. So as a tutor for your tutoring practice, if you are working in it, then you're a business owner. It's slightly different, but you might have an entrepreneurial mindset. What was the first part of the question again?
I think it was about how to get out of the sort of the mindset, I suppose, of being a tutor, and then having that entrepreneurial approach to tuition.
Okay. So there's 2 things at play here, because being a tutor is being the technician. If your business is about tutoring, then you're sitting in one seat where you're delivering the value, where you're actually being the person to deliver exactly the transformation that you're selling. And then being a business owner is literally, this is how, making sure that the business runs smoothly, that you get paid, that you're getting and keeping customers. As a business owner, you only have 3 jobs: getting and keeping customers, staying legal, and making getting and keeping customers more efficient. That's the role of a business owner. Your job as a tutor is a job in that business of getting, keeping customers, staying legal, and making that more efficient. But your job as a tutor is about the transformation of your client. So the 2 are actually fundamentally quite different. One's more of a process, and the other one is a vocation, particularly for tutors.
Thank you. I think that's really, really useful.
So I have a weird question.
Sorry.
It's kind of like linked to my own kind of dilemma, I guess, but I imagine lots of tutors have the same thing. You have different messages for different clients, and they're vastly different. Yep. So one of my clients is actually other tutors, because I run like an agency. We work with special educational needs children, and we provide the opportunity to work during the daytime with those people, which often independent tutors can't get by themselves. Yes. So that's one thing. And then from my advocacy point of view, I have I would say sometimes negative opinions about things, and those 2 are like drastically different, and I really struggle sometimes to know if there's any strategies for how you would, I don't know, communicate those messages in different ways without one, because everyone always kind of knows me for tutoring and traveling, and that's like the last thing I want to be known for, but it seems to be the thing that sticks in everyone's mind.
Yeah, it's a toughie, because I'm kind of the same in that, most of my clients have got 2 to 50 million turnover businesses with 50-odd staff, and I work with the business owner and the team. But equally, I've spent the last 30 years mentoring women particularly through the finance qualification, because I'm an accountant, into senior roles, 2 completely different markets. And frankly, I only really market one. So I don't market the fact that I mentor women into senior finance roles at all. I used to try, but it was such a mixed message. I personally just stuck with one message. So I would actually get your message really sharp around the thing that you really want to be known for, and everything that you're currently known for. And again, some marketeers out there are probably screaming at the screen, so I don't know everything, by the way, much as I would like to. But and don't sound my ex-husband. But if it was me, what's the thing that you really want to make the impact with, and actually really focus on that message. And because the other thing that you are actually already known for isn't going to go away, but people will listen to the last thing that you said. And the alternative is, so first of all, focus on the one thing that you really want to. Where do you really want to be? Second thing, I'd probably get really comfortable with being schizophrenic. It's, they're two different parts of your business. And I kind of describe it as an oxymoron, effectively. Yeah. Look, I wear different clothes for the different roles that I play. So one of the things that I occasionally do is I occasionally do restructuring in business, which means that I'm often firing people. And I'm very fortunate to have worked with some fantastic people where the conversation that I'm having is the last conversation they're going to have in the job that they've got. And I have a green dress that I wear for that. It's literally the same green dress, and that's it. If I turn up in the green dress, we're beside you because you're going to be fired. But by wearing that green dress, I know... sorry, just making sure I'm not wearing the green dress today. But I have a personality in that green dress because I know that's the task that I've got. So I would definitely almost create two profiles for yourself, but focus on the thing that you want to be known for. And then don't worry about diffusing it, because if you stand in the message that you really want to transmit out there, and that's your primary focus, you'll be fine. Brilliant.
Oh, I've just got one more thing that the online community, it's absolutely nothing to do with anything business related, but about 3 of our members online have just been saying that dress on camera, apparently. Capital letters, that dress. So yeah, you've come across very well, Christine, online. Thank you.
Thank you. And
if you want to get in touch with Christine, I highly recommend it on LinkedIn.
Yep, I'm very easy to find on LinkedIn. And any questions that you've got you didn't ask today, please don't hesitate. Just contact me. Because a bit like the old newscast podcast, I do read and answer everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Quick break. Quick rest break, and then come back for a heavy dose of well-being.
Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands. We'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on
and sound, safe and sound, sound, sound. I will never let you down, down, down. Promise we'll be safe and sound, 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 sound. I got something to say, and this can't wait, you're missing. And all the things that I love could bring, so show me that you care, that you want me there, you don't be blind to see what a love could be. Take my hand and hold me tight, 'cause I know that it'll be alright. Don't be long before you're home, 'cause I'll be waiting all alone. Tell me what I wanna hear, the silence is too much to bear. Call my name and I won't waste time, yeah, I'll be right here by your side. I will never let you down, down, down. Promise we'll be safe and sound, sound, sound. I will never let you down, down, down. Promise we'll be safe and sound, 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 sound. Keep a secret, listen close. Touch me like I don't do what I'm told. You got a halo on your head, but that won't stop me. I'll make you sing again and again. Can't help myself but influence. Get out what's in my head. Keep you round, oh, keep you around. On your knees, won't you give me that? Give me that, give me that sweet release. Then you take it from I get you there to the moon. Resisting my love, got you fueled. You overdose on a mission. Why does it feel so good? Yeah, I put in my last into you, giving you space, so much room. You overdose on a mission. Why does it feel so good? On your knees, won't you give me that? Tell me what you want. Give me that, give me that sweet release. Then you take it from everything. Take it from me.
You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but you could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but you could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but
Okay. So, hands up. Hands up if you've had sufficient tea and biscuits. There is no such thing as sufficient tea. It was a trick question. Hands up if you are feeling good and relaxed and have made a new friend today. Yay. Hands up if you're excited to hear from Hannah. Let's go. Go.
Thank you so much. Right, can you working all right? Yeah? Yeah, good stuff. Okay, right. My name's Hannah. I work for this company, The Art of Brilliance, which I'll give you a bit more information on in a second. But I do acknowledge the fact this is like day 3. I was told at lunchtime this is the graveyard shift.
Nah.
A few people that I've spoken to have been like, well-being, that's massive. Where do you even begin? And I'm like, well, we're 5 minutes late, Julie. I've got 40 minutes. I'm going to scratch the surface. So I'm going to do the best I can in the time I've got. But if you can just sort of be on board as possible with me, engage at home as well as here, that would be fantastic as well. So The Art of Brilliance, I'm sure Julie, you mentioned you've spoken to Andy.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan.
I'm a fan girl.
Yeah, most people are. But Art of Brilliance was set up by Andy Cope about 15 years ago. And essentially, we are a wellbeing training company. Now, I've got to take a bit of a breath in when I say this, because our mission is essentially to help as many people as possible feel as great as possible more often. Now, when it's blowing a gale out there right now, and we've heard sirens, all that non-stop, to me telling you, let's feel really good, guys, can feel like a bit of a push. I get that, okay? But when I was talking to Julie and Adette at the start, like a few months ago, when we were talking about the planning of this, we were sort of talking about my journey and their journey, and one of the things they said was that, well, what you guys are doing, it kind of lines up with our mission, because you're wanting to sort of spread the messages and get that reach with as many people as possible as well. So that's one of the reasons I'm super excited to be here with you today. Now, we work with sort of all different ages, all different stages of life. So we work with really young children, so we work at nurseries and primary schools, all the way through education. We work with businesses, sports companies, organisations, you name it. If I give you a classic example of my week last week, it'll paint a better picture. Monday, I found myself with a group of 3-year-olds. Where's Kate? There we go. Right, Kate. Early years. Right. Found myself on Monday, 3 years old. I was hanging around with these nursery kids, teaching them about strategies of well-being, okay? Fast forward to midway through the week, I'm standing on stage talking to a load of cardiologists about strategies about well-being that I told the 3-year-olds, but I didn't tell the cardiologists. That's what I did. And then I finished the week at the WI. Thank you. I was hoping for a cheer. I knew I could rely on you, girl. I was with the WI on Friday, and the oldest person in the room was 98. All right? So our messages, basically, they spread for anyone who's willing to listen to us, right? Okay? So what I want to do today is kind of give you some tips and strategies to get you sort of in best self mode a bit more often, because I appreciate, like you were saying, it's relentless out there. It is full on. And if we can get you feeling good, I think that's a really good starting point. So yes, this is about work, but actually it's a bigger thing. It's about you. Okay, so let's just focus on you for the next sort of 40 minutes or so. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Here we go. Right, now, I just want to tell you a quick story, if I may. So I'm not a tutor. You've probably already gathered that in the first couple of minutes. I'm not a tutor, but I was a teacher early years ago. I did get into Key Stage 2 as well, but I started my teaching journey in early years. And where my sort of journey with Art of Brill and teaching, it's sort of like they come together, really. And I'll just tell you a super quick story. So when I got my first teaching job, I was given early years, and I'd never trained in early years, Kelly Kay, so I didn't know what I was expecting. All I'd been told is that they were feral, okay? So I'm thinking, all right, here we go. And you know when you've got your first job and you're wanting to sort of make a good impression, you find yourself sort of saying yes to things you should really be saying no to. And the example I can give you is my head teacher said, we're going to do an assembly. And I want you to stand up in front of the whole school. So early years, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6 on the benches, because they're the big kids. And I want to have all the staff in. And not just all the staff, I want the midday supervisors. I want the teaching assistants. I want the governors. Heck, let's even get some parents in there. Okay, right, okay. So again, you're saying yes to things you really want to be saying no to because you're wanting to make a good first impression. So I'm like, all right, bring it on. Let's do this. Let's do the assembly. Terrified I was, but anyway, I'm up there, and sort of in the run-up to this assembly, we were sort of getting to know each other a little bit, and I happened to mention that I just bought a kitten. And he asked me, well, what's the cat called? It doesn't have a name yet. And then my head teacher says something that I'll never forget. He goes, oh, I've got a fantastic idea. Why don't we let the children name your cat? And again, when you're wanting to make a good first impression, you find yourself saying yes to things you should really be saying no to. I found myself saying, Oh, that sounds great. I'd really like that. So here we are. We're in assembly. I've done my thing. They've got to know me. Beam a picture of the cat on the screen. Everyone goes into a frenzy because I'm like, right, what should we name my cat? Managed to calm them all down, and we start off with the teachers, the adults in the room. What shall we name the cat? And the top answer was Bob. Anyone got a cat named Bob before I say anything more about it? Okay, well, that's a bit more exciting. All right, we won't mention him. But cats live for about 19 years, so I was hoping for a little bit more than just a Bob, okay? So anyway, we get to key stage 2, so year 3, year 4, year 5, year 3, year 4, 5, 6. What shall I name my cat? Their top answer was Mr. Bob. Children are meant to be creative, imaginative, yeah? I'm thinking, right, okay, I see what you've done, guys. What about key stage 1 then? Year 1, year 2. What shall I name my cat? And they came up with Mr. Sugarpuff Bob. I'm like, oh, now we're talking. This is a little bit more exciting now. And then it got to early years. Now, in the run-up to this assembly, my head teacher said, I don't think you should have early years in. They're going to be a bit overwhelmed. Quite frankly, I don't think they're going to understand what they need to do. They're naming a cat, I said. They're not doing algebra. I think they'll be fine. Let's give it a go. So anyway, it gets to early years. I'm like, right, my guys, what shall we name my cat? And it's silence. And you think, oh, heck, it's too much. They don't know what they're going to do. Anyway, and then this little finger sort of pops out the side of a head, and then it's a hand, and then an arm, and then this whole body sort of standing up in front of everyone. It's like, we think you should name your cat Mr. Sugarpuff Bob Ginger Pants. I'm like, get in there. I'm like, they understand what they're doing, don't they? And everyone just thought it was absolutely hilarious. And the reason I tell you that story is because, well, firstly, never write off early years. You know that. Secondly, if I was to ever get pregnant, don't let them know, because I'm not having them name my child. But the most important reason is for the purpose of today. Look at that bottom row there, Mr. Sugarpuff Bob Ginger Pants, and work your way up to Bob. It isn't just a name that is chopped off at each of those stages. For me, it's more than a name. It's imagination, it's creativity, it's hope, it's fun, it's optimism, it's joy. And the truth is, we all started off like those early years kids. We all did, where we were fearless, where we failed over and over and over again, and we didn't care. When we put our hands up and we didn't know the answer, but heck, we didn't even know the question, but we went for it anyway. No answer was a silly answer. We just went for it. And somewhere along the lines, we've kind of lost it a little bit. We've lost that best version of us. And the good news is, I don't think it is all lost. Because I think we've still got that best version of us. Because it creeps out every now and then. But it's been buried. It's been buried by pressures from work, pressures from society, peer pressure, just growing up, demands, all of that. And what I want to do in this session, in this short time I'm with you, is try and help you remember how to be the best version of you a little bit more often. So spoiler alert, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't already know, to be honest. You're going to sit there and be like, well, I knew that. All right, fair enough. But I'm hoping it just gives you a little bit of a nudge, a gentle nudge on a Friday afternoon to try and get you sort of being in best self mode. Because I honestly believe if we make that the starting point, I promise you everything else will go really nicely from there. So, what are we going to talk about? Our menu this afternoon is this. I want to talk to you about, I don't know which screen to look at, I'm all over the place. We're going to talk about happiness. I work for a happiness well-being company, so I've got to address happiness. I want to talk to you about your thinking, because I think thinking is one of the biggest issues. It links to what Christine was saying about mindset. It's all about mindset for me. I think we need to challenge it. I want to talk to you about self-care, because I think as educators, we're really bad at self-care, and we need to change the narrative on that one. I'm going to talk to you about broken pottery. I'm going to bring it all together, hopefully, fingers crossed, talking about ripples. I want to talk to you about sunflowers, and then I'm going to leave you with some homework, because as educators, we've got to leave you some homework, haven't we? Right, so here we go. Let's get you in ninja mode. Can I get you standing on your feet, please? Now, just want to make sure the brains are sort of wide awake, because we are in that afternoon slump, like we say, the graveyard. You know, Julie's already ready to go. Look at that, working those shoulders, girl. I like it. Right, arms up for me. Oh, here we go. Right arm. Now, be careful. You might need a bit of space. You don't want to knock anyone out. Right arm, can we have it spinning forwards? You know what's coming. And stop at the top. And left arm, let's go backwards. we're thinking about that, we're a bit... Here we go. And stop. And let's get them going at the same time. So right arm forward, left arm backwards. Oh no, someone's dislocated a shoulder. Steady on, steady. Oh, you didn't have, there's no getting out. Watching your feet. Right, and stop. And let's see if we can go the other way then. So left arm forwards, right arm backwards, I think. Early years girl, you just go for this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Waving, that's it. Okay, right, next one. Let's see, okay. Now, make sure we don't poke anyone sort of in the eye or anything, or up the nose. Left hand, so I want Peter Pointer and Tommy Thumb. Thank you, Tommy Thumb. Make a little pincer for me. All right, and you're going to put that on your right ear. And then your right hand on your nose. Super, so we should be crossed. Brilliant. Now switch over. So you've got your left hand on your nose, your right hand on your ear, so they're not crossed. Or some of us are struggling with that first instruction. Are we listening? And switch back. And again. And again. Can we do it 10 times as quick as we can without picking a nose or putting a finger in the eye? Oh no. Oh heck. Right, I tell you what, let's sit down before someone goes blind. Jeez. All right, hopefully we're a bit more awake. So, over to you guys, because this is an interactive session. I want you guys to sort of stay with me, stay engaged. The more you put into this, the more you're going to get out. So I've got on the screen here 5 things. I want you to put them in order of importance for you. So there's no right or wrong. It is personal for you. Talking to the person next to you, or if you're at home, type it in the chat for me. Money, health, happiness, relationships, success. What is your order? I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Seconds. Done it? Okay. 15 seconds. Oh, steady on. Yeah. Maths and big maths. All right. That's all right. It's okay. I've got. Okay. Told you early years. There we go. That means shush. Okay. Right. Talk to me then. Money, health, happiness, relationship, success. It is completely personal. There's no right or wrong. It's a safe space. What are your thoughts? Anyone going to start us off? You look like you're about to, or you're just having a stretch? No? No, no. Christine.
Happiness, relationships, health, money, success.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have the same order?
I said it a little bit differently. We were
Okay.
talking about the happiness and relationships and how, for example, I'm happy when a certain person is happy. So I'm happy, if my son's happy, I'm happy.
Yep.
If I put my happiness in front of my son's, it's not me this time, then I don't think it'll work for me.
Okay, yep.
But that's changed over time.
Yes.
Because that wasn't the case a few years ago. Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were just saying that it depends on where you are in life, I think. But also, it depends how you get your happiness. If you get your happiness from other people, as I do, then I'm putting relationships at the top because I'm happy if those people in my life are happy.
Yeah, nice, brilliant. Okay, anyone else? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, similar. We were saying it's very important, it's very difficult to separate happiness and relationships because you're not going to, as you say, it has to be a happy relationship. Not every relationship is a good one. So I suppose it's fostering good relationships, just to be really specific.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Anyone else completely different? Or yeah. Come on. Ooh. Goodness.
I told you it was Friday.
Friday afternoon.
So Lauren and I had the same one. We both said health first because we thought if you don't have health, you've not got anything kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we said health first, then relationships, then happiness, then money, then success.
Interesting. I think this activity, we do this sort of with all ages. So when we do it with secondary school children, so teenagers, guess what are the sort of the top two? Money and success. Absolutely. And let's be honest, probably if we were to be asked at 14 what we would have put, we would have done the same thing as well. I think it's really interesting with this activity because often it's when you're lacking something, it becomes a way more important. So if you haven't got much money, then it is super crucial and you want it higher up. If you've just had a health scare or you're recovering from an illness, health becomes really, really important and comes further up as well. Yes. You're going to challenge me, aren't you? I know you're going to keep me on my toes today.
I am, sorry.
Yeah, I knew it.
Well, it was really interesting actually, because obviously we only think inside our own brain. It hadn't even occurred to me that I was thinking very much of relationships I was looking at each one completely independently. So my relationships are really, really important to me.
Mm-hmm.
And money is the least important thing. And that's not because I've got money, because I haven't. But money it's just not, it's meaningless. Yeah, we all need it to survive. But it doesn't bring me happiness or anything. But then the happiness, the relationships are really, really positive.
Mm-hmm.
But I've still looked at happiness separately, as in, but am I happy? Am I happy as a person?
Mm-hmm.
And then health, I think about it, but I'm just not affected by it. So it's kind of like, yeah, I completely agree. Like I should think about it,
Mm-hmm.
and at my age, I probably should think about it more. But it was just the interpretation of each of the words and which way you're coming from is huge.
It is. I mean, we could spend the whole session just on this slide alone, but we'll keep moving. But no, thank you very much for that. I think picking on what you were just saying there, like just using success as an example, success is different for everyone, isn't it? So for one person, it might mean fame and fortune. For someone else, it might just be being able to pick their kids up from school each day. Like, so it really does depend on sort of the individual. Does anybody else want to say their order, or are we going to move on? We'll move on. All right, nice. Okay, so I want to talk about happiness because it's not going to come as a surprise to you that at the top of that list, happiness is my sort of starting point. And the reason for that, and I don't want you to, everyone's getting distracted by that. Let me go back, because all we're thinking about is this. I'll come to that in a second, but I think happiness as a starting point is a really good place because the research tells us that happier people are healthier, happier people have more strong and more lasting relationships, happier people tend to be successful because they stand out for all the right reasons, so they're more likely to get promoted at work and therefore probably going to have more money as a result of something like that as well. So I think if we can make happiness the starting point, then it has this lovely knock-on effect with everything else as well. It's not a byproduct. We see happiness often. I think when you talk about the problems with happiness, most people see it as external to us. So we see it as this like far-off destination that sort of, I've got to get this thing and then I'll be happy. Once I get to this point, then I'll be happy. And we're sort of putting our happiness off until a future point. But truthfully, our lives are made up of the present moment. Our lives are entirely spent in the now, but we miss it because we're always thinking about the future and we're thinking we'll be happier when we're over there. We put it off like this sort of emotional pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. Robert Holden calls it destination addiction. But there's no guarantee if we start to succeed that happiness will be waiting for us at the end of that rainbow. Because what we're really good at doing, as soon as we start to make progress, we then move the goalposts. So we're constantly trying and striving to achieve something and we never actually get there. So what we talk about Art of Brilliance is, what if we flip it around and we make happiness the starting point rather than the ending point? And when you look at these examples, I think happiness is a really good place to start and a really good one to talk to our young people that we work with day in and day out, the importance of it, not seeing it as wrapped up in wealth and in material possessions. It's actually about who you are being in this moment. Be where your feet are. And we'll come more to that in a moment. So, like I say, the beating of the chest thing, I don't want you to think that I'm coming at this from a point of view of where I'm going to try and get you all to join like a cult, okay? I'm not aiming for that. There isn't memberships in the corner. I'm not talking about wishy-washy. I'm not talking about standing in front of the mirror, sort of beating your chest, saying, I'm a tiger, you go, girl. I'm not saying anything like that. There's real science linked to what I want to talk to you about today. And I haven't got long enough to go into all the research, but I just want to kind of give it as much as I can in one slide, essentially. So just go with me on this. Imagine this is kind of like a scale of wellness, okay? So we all sort of fall on this scale. Ill health is not this scale. Ill health would be sort of 0 to a -10. So I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about traditional psychology. Where I'm coming from is positive psychology. And positive psychology basically flipped traditional psychology on its head. So about 30 years ago, instead of always looking at people that were ill and looking at what was wrong with them, we thought, well, why don't we look at what's right with people? What are the happier people doing that make them sort of stand out for all the right reasons? And what can we learn from them? So looking at this scale then, we will all fall on this scale at different points in our lives. Just want to address the two numbers while you're thinking of which number you're at. 0 is you've got a pulse, okay? You're alive. You're not ill, but that's probably about it, okay? So 0 is you're just sort of, you're alive. There's not much aliveness. You're kind of counting down until the weekends, wait until you retire, thinking a better version of you'll be waiting at the end of the rainbow. 10, now, despite the fact that I work for a wellbeing company and talk about happiness a lot, 10 out of 10 scares me. If we weren't streaming live, I'd probably say a naughty word, so I won't. 10 scares me a lot because 10 out of 10 on a happiness scale is just, it's not achievable. It's irrational optimism. Sure, we might have 10 moments where we're feeling fantastic, but nobody can be there all the time. Likewise, we might find ourselves down at 0 occasionally because that's part of life. But the thing for me is the consistency. Where are we consistently on this scale? So hopefully you can just think of where you are at on a consistent basis on this scale. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you your number before you look panicked. Yeah, no, big maths, you told me. You're all over the numbers. The University of Bristol did this research, and they found that the average number that somebody in the UK would give themselves was a 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. Now, I find that really sad, to be quite honest, because we can all have 3 moments, we can have 2 moments, 1 moment. We're allowed a bad day. But what I want you all to come away thinking is that, yes, you can have a bad day, but I don't want anyone to have a bad life. Because if we're not careful, that bad day turns into a bad week, which turns into a bad month, bad year, and then we know that's the life gone. Now, thankfully, there is a sweet spot on this scale, and that is around sort of 7, 8, dare I even say a 9, because it's a Friday afternoon, out of 10. And there are people that are spending their time around this sort of sweet spot. So just show of hands for me. Just anybody think they're in that sort of sweet spot? Brilliant, good stuff. Okay, more than a handful, that's good. So Andy's research 15 years ago, he looked at sort of happiness in the UK workplace, and he found that there were just a small handful of people that were sort of around that sweet spot on a consistent basis. So they were standing out for all the right reasons. They were more energetic, they were more optimistic, they were sort of more positive, more upbeat, they were great to have in teams, great to have in families. They're the sort of people that when they just walk into the room, they just light it up. The kind of people that don't even have to open their mouths, and you're like, oh, she's here today. Bring it on. It's like when you see Julia, basically. You're just like, yes, come on, girl. They're the sort of people you want to be around. And that's what we're aiming for. But it's about how to be there on a consistent basis. The big thing Andy found in his research that sort of sets these he called them 2%ers, because there's not many of them, what set these happier, more positive people away from everybody else was that they chose to be positive, which sounds like the most simple and obvious thing. It's a bit of an anticlimax, to be honest, isn't it, really? Like top secret for how to have an amazing life, just do that. But that isn't choose to be happy, because you can't choose happiness. Happiness is an emotion, it's a feeling. So you can let more into your life, you can open up to it, but that is an attitude. And that you have absolute control over. You determine the version of you that wakes up every morning. You determine the version of you that shows up to work each day. You determine the version of you that's going to go home tonight. That is your choice. So by you taking on more of a positive sort of point of view, you see more possibilities. You take on healthier habits. You have more mindful moments. You're present. You're paying attention to things. You create more stronger, lasting relationships. That does not mean that when you wake up tomorrow morning that all of the world's problems have gone away, because that doesn't happen. It's not like the stars have aligned overnight and you're going to wake up with a spring in your step and you're like, bring it on, let's go, and then thinking that it's all sunshine and rainbows out there. It's not. That doesn't change the external world. It changes something way more powerful. It changes up here, your internal world. Because if you can start showing up with a bit more of a positive outlook on things, a bit of a more positive mindset, then honestly, you can see so much more that the world has to offer. It won't change out there, but it changes up here. It changes the version of you that shows up. So we can't control the external world. Thinking back to the idea of destination addiction, how we think that happiness is external to us. That won't mean that happiness is suddenly right here, right now, but it'll mean that we start to open up to the idea of sort of finding happiness and finding happier moments in the present moment, instead of looking over there thinking that the world sort of is going to give us happiness. Because happiness is ready for us, it's ready for the taking. It's kind of been hiding under our noses this whole time. We've just been missing it. So I do appreciate, though, that I don't know any of you, and I don't know anyone at home either. And that you might be going through a really tough time right now, and me stood here on a Friday afternoon saying you just got to choose to be positive, and then you're going to start feeling a bit happier. It's probably too much of a stretch. So what I say to people that are really struggling is maybe just go with neutral. Maybe make that your starting point. If positive seems like too much, just go with neutral instead of negative. Because we all have this baked-in negativity bias where we're really good at looking for the bad stuff. We're constantly, our brains are on high alert looking for danger. Its number one job is to keep us safe. So we need to kind of rewire our thinking. And if that seems too much, then start with neutral. So instead of when you're having a conversation with someone, there's a pause. It doesn't mean you need to fill it. It doesn't mean you need to fill it with negativity. It might just mean you don't say anything at all. It might mean you sort of try to hit pause on that story that you're constantly telling yourself. It might mean you're not doing that behavior that is dragging you down and stopping you being at your best. The other thing I talk about when it comes to choosing to be positive, I read a book a few months ago by a guy called Eddie Yaku, and the book's called The Happiest Man on Earth. Great book. It's not an easy read, but you would think with a title like that, this guy has never experienced any problems at all. But he's a Holocaust survivor. He was in 4 concentration camps during the war. And he told himself, if I can just survive this, then I'm going to spend every day for the rest of my life with a smile on my face. And I think if a man that has gone through such horrors and has seen things that no human should ever have ever seen can take on that kind of a mindset, I really don't think it's too much of a stretch for any of us in this room to just try ourselves as well. But the good news is, when it comes to choosing to be positive, you don't have to sort of flatline at the top. I'm not saying that I'm expecting you all to just feel amazing, like 7, 8, 9 out of 10 all the time, because we're human. That isn't how it works. We will go through tough times. We all will. So looking at this graph here, we dip in and we dip out. But the idea is, how can we get up to sort of being at our best on a more consistent basis? And there are strategies that we can do where we take that personal responsibility, where we can start sort of shifting sort of how we're feeling on those days when we wake up flat. Now, us being at our best, as I sort of call it, is it presents differently for everyone. So, for instance, you sort of in best self mode will be very different from the person next to you. So one person in best self mode might be a bit more energetic. Somebody else might be a little bit more patient. Somebody else might be a little bit kinder. It doesn't really, we all present differently in best self. And that's what's great. Also, every day is different for everyone as well. So how we approach the day and respond to the day is different, and that will impact how we respond and sort of show that best version of us. But it's really important to know how you get there. If you don't know how to sort of start shifting that feeling, then you are going to be constantly finding yourself fighting a battle every single day. So all of us will find time when we wake up in the morning, you think, oh, here we go again. Gosh, only a few more hours, get through these tutorials, and then it's the weekend, and then I can have a drink, and then it'll feel better. We all feel like that occasionally, but how you start the day doesn't need to be the same as how you end it. You can find ways of trying to just start to shift that mood. So I'm not saying this is toxic positivity. I'm not saying that you can't experience sort of negative emotions, even though there's no such thing as negative emotions. They're just emotions, but we're really good at labeling those things. But if you wake up feeling flat, you don't need to stay there, is what I'm saying. You take on that personal responsibility. So what I want you to do is just spend 30 seconds at home, as well as here. What is your thing that you can do that just sort of shifts your mindset? So is it putting on a favourite album or something? Is it listening to some music? Is it having a dance around the kitchen? Is it taking the dog for a walk? It doesn't need to take ages, and it doesn't need to cost a penny. It could just be giving yourself 5 minutes to drink a cup of coffee in the morning. Just what is your thing? Hopefully you've all got one. If you haven't, then sit with somebody who'll be able to give you and borrow one of theirs and have an experiment. I'll give you 30 seconds. Go for it. Oh. It's not naughty, is it? Is it? No. Donuts, okay. Donuts, okay. Have I just got 10?
So
Oh my. All right, talk to me then. What's your thing? Yes.
So we actually have the same one.
Oh, okay.
Which is having nice coffee.
Nice.
In like a nice cup.
Yes.
And then also for me, dogs.
Absolutely.
It sets you up for the day, and it gives me the energy that I require for the day ahead.
Absolutely.
And it's my 5 minutes of just breathe.
Yes.
And that's it.
To nice coffee places as well.
Very nice. Excellent. Thank you so much. Right. Anyone else?
I said donuts. But
Donuts, yeah.
Or playing my piano. But
Okay.
donuts is more edible. What? Sorry.
I said having a walk, normally by a river, but a walk out in nature of some description.
Absolutely, definitely. Oh, you're all over it, Helen. Go for it.
I said cuddling with my kids because I haven't seen them in 3 days, and they are so good at cuddles.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. They give the best. Come on, keep it going, keep it going.
Usually the cuddle with the baby works, but it's calling my nan.
Oh.
Very cool.
Oh. Do you think, is she sort of like a 2%? She's upbeat and positive? Is that why you...
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just, I just like listening to her voice, so.
Oh, you're going to have us all in tears, Kaylee. Oh.
That's on YouTube. That'll be on YouTube now. So
Oh. Oh, tell her. Make sure you tell her. Anyone else? Yes.
I need to run.
Run, yes, absolutely. Every day?
If I could, every day would be a joy, but at least 3 times a week, otherwise I get miserable.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one for sure. It's really important to know what you need to do, but it's also important, like Rachel was saying, to know what not to do. So we're really good at taking on new things. We're really good at learning lots of stuff, but we're really bad at stopping, doing things that we shouldn't be doing. So it's about being aware of those things that drag us down. So if we know that not having our coffee in the morning is not going to set us up for the day, then make sure you do it. Make sure you do. Make sure you have those donuts. Make sure you get your run in. Instead of coming up with excuses, I haven't got time, because we're really good at that as well. So avoid it. There's a really good TED Talk that I'd suggest you're having a watch of if you haven't seen it before. It's by a lady called Lucy Hone, and she talks about the 3 keys of resilient people. And one of the questions she asks herself is this helping me or is this harming me? And I think that's really, really powerful because she says, is this sort of belief that I've got about myself, is this going to help me or is this going to harm me? Is this grudge that I've been holding on to for a little bit too long helping me or harming me? Is this sort of extra glass of wine I'm going to have tonight going to help me or harm me? Okay? Jury's out on that one. Moving on.
It's Friday night.
Right, I just want to show a super quick video that sort of starts to wrap all this up. So this is a guy called Benjamin Zander, and the picture gives you a big clue. He's a conductor. I always have to be careful because I'm not musically minded. So he's a conductor, and he's basically going to sort of lead us home, really. So I'll just let him play if it works. Benjamin Zander. Do we have sound?
Might not sound quite the same as he does.
He's got a very posh voice, so my Leicester accent isn't going to really do it. Don't worry if not, I've seen it enough times to tell you pretty much word for word what he says. Essentially, what he says is this, that he's been conducting for many years, and he has this discovery that he realises that a conductor of an orchestra never makes a sound. So this is him appearing on the front of sort of the CD covers, but he never makes a sound.
Changed everything. People in my orchestra said, "What happened to you, Ben? What happened?" That was what happened. I realised my job was to awaken possibility in other people. Of course, I wanted to know whether I was doing that. And you know how you find out? You look at their eyes. If their eyes are shining, you know you're doing it. You could light up a village with this guy's eyes. If the eyes are shining, you know you're doing it. If the eyes are not shining, you get to ask a question. Who am I being that my player's eyes are not shining? We can do that with our children too. Who am I being that my children's eyes are not shining?
I love that, because when you think of the roles that you do, pointing the finger back at you, who am I being so that the children, the young people I'm working with, our eyes are not shining? Your job, yes, is to educate, sure, but it is to awaken possibility in other people. And I think that is a fantastic thing. You have got an amazing job, and if you can do that, you awaken the possibility, then you suddenly get a connection. Because as educators, we're really good at going straight in with correction. So if somebody's not done something right, we correct them. Ooh, are you sure you want to do that? Do you want to check that again? Chris Tarrant, final answer. We're really good at doing that. But what we're finding is that these children that we're working with, they're still not getting it. Why aren't they getting it? And it's because we've missed a step. It's because we haven't connected first. If you get the connection bit right, then honestly, then you can move on to correction, because they will listen far more by you doing that. And then you get to move on to celebration. And then it's so much more meaningful and more powerful as well. So I just want to, talk to you about this very briefly. What you're doing is essentially the ripple effect. Now, Julia talked about this morning when she was like, there's a ripple effect going on today, Hannah. And I'm like, I can feel it, Julia, I can feel it. What you're doing is you have an impact on everyone. So in any social situation you find yourself in, you cannot not have an impact. But the research tells us that we impact people 3 degrees away from us. So it's not just the people we have direct contact with, it's the people that they have contact with and the people that those people have contact with. So the impact is massive. So if you think of the amount of learners that you're speaking to every single day, the people that they go on to speak to interact with, and then the people that they interact with, your reach is huge. So if you can show up in being best self mode, if you can be the best version of you, if you can awaken that possibility in others, then that ripple effect, it'll be like a tsunami. It'll be huge. So it's well worth doing. Now, I just want to sort of wrap up with this. Can I get you to stand up again for me? I know. Here we go. Right, I want to do an experiment, essentially. On the screens in a moment, there's going to be some statements. Now, the rules are, if you do these, you're going to stay standing up. If you don't, you're going to sit down. Now, that does mean you're out. You can't get back up again, but you can play along in your heads, okay? So, here we go. If you do it, stay standing. If you don't, you're going to sit down. Stay standing if you have 5 fruits and vegetables every day. Oh, my. Just to confirm, you're out. Oh, someone's being honest. That's good. Right. Stay standing if you. No, Julia. Portions. Stay standing if you drink 2 litres of water every day. And it's not just tea, people. All right. Stay standing this is weekly, not daily, before anyone panics, 150 minutes of moderate exercise to 75 minutes of vigorous exercise a week. Oh, this is good, interesting. Stay standing if you have 7 to 9 hours sleep a night. Oh, who's going to do it? Stay standing if you have less than 2 hours screen time. That is your own time. Own time. Okay. Hopefully you played along at home as well. The point is, when it comes to being the best version of you, when it comes to stepping into that best self mode, it's really easy to say, oh, it sounds dead simple and obvious. And it is. But there is a massive difference between knowing something and doing it. And what I'm asking you to do is make sure you do it. Make sure you do that thing that you know that you need to do to get you in best self mode. Do it. Avoid the things that you know is going to drag you down. And the last sort of top tip I want to leave you with, your homework. Have I got time for homework, Julia? Yes. Come on. Okay. Your homework is this, right? So being the best version of you can sound a bit full on if you haven't really sort of been doing it very often. So the good news is you haven't got to do it all day, every day. You've just got to do it for 4 minutes. Because 4 minutes is all it takes for other people to catch how you are, and they'll get this unconscious emotional uplift, this ripple effect that I was mentioning, where they feel good. So you feel good because you're being best self, and they're feeling good because they've spent time with you. And that's going to set the tone for the rest of the interaction. And it just takes 4 minutes to do that. So we stole this from a guy called Steve McDermott, and he talks about how the first 4 minutes of any social interaction you find yourself in is super, super important, because everyone's judging each other. We judge each other really quickly. So if you can get the first 4 minutes of any social interaction right, so whether that's with one of your students, whether that's at home tonight, whether that's in team meetings or family parties, get that right, and it is enough time for other people to feel good. So the question I want to leave you with is, well, what version of you is going to go home tonight? You've probably been away for a few days. If you've been staying over, you haven't seen the people that you love the most for a few days, or you've been out all day, whatever. These are the people that are the most important to you, but realistically, they probably get the worst version of you. Because as educators, we give so much to everyone, and we leave what's left to those that really matter. So if I just finish with a quick story. Growing up, it started when I was at primary school. My sister and I would go to my friend Emma's house because my mum and dad would work on a Friday. And what we'd sort of be, playing like Sylvanians. Anyone else? Yeah, okay. All right, so we'd be playing a game, and every single Friday, the same thing would happen. A kid would go in the door, it'd turn, and Emma would just stop what she was doing. She'd just drop her toys, and she'd run. And she'd run downstairs. And I'd be like, okay, we're in the middle of something here. But that sound meant that Emma's dad was home. And why that's important is because Emma's dad would work away on a Monday, so he'd leave before she got up in the morning, and he wouldn't come back until a Friday. So she hadn't seen him all week. And Emma's dad, growing up, was her hero. He was her number one. So what had happened is the kid would go in the door, he'd turn, Emma would run downstairs, and she'd be like, Dad, I am so pleased to see you. I've got so much to tell you. It's been quite a week, Dad. Let me show you this work I've done, Dad. I've got so many plans for the weekend. Oh, my gosh, I'm so excited. And Emma's dad would go, whoa, Emma, love, just give me 5 minutes, girl. It's been raining out there. I've been stuck on the M1 for the last 42 minutes. I just need 5 minutes. Let me just drop my bags off. Let me get a drink. And I tell you what, I'll come find you. Just give us 5 minutes. And I saw that every single Friday, Friday after Friday after Friday. That is what happened. And then when we got a bit older and we were teenagers and we replaced the Sylvanians for magazines, the kid go in the door, it'd turn, Emma wouldn't even look up. Emma wouldn't even stop what she was doing because Emma had learned Friday after Friday after Friday that it was safer for her to stay in her room than go down and see her dad. Because without realizing it, her dad was pushing her away. Bless him, he didn't know he was doing it, but that's what he was doing. And I can't help but think if Emma's dad had just been bothered enough to just be the best version of himself just for 4 minutes, then their relationship could be completely different. Because unfortunately, Emma and her dad don't have a relationship anymore. So going back to that question, how is the best version of you going to walk in the door tonight? And I hope it's like you really mean it. Right, thank you very much. I'll let you go. That's all.
Okay. I need to know, how do you feel? How do you feel? Okay. Give me some words. How do you feel? How do you feel? Yeah, please do it. I will. Okay, please.
I have now got, right, I just need one thing. One thing when I get home, I'm going to be the best me for 4 minutes.
The best you is an amazing human, Vicky.
She was incredible.
Oh.
Transformative.
How do you feel? How do you feel? Come on, give me some takeaways. I want to know how you feel right now. No?
Very tired.
Okay, okay. Go ahead, Rosanna.
Realistic.
I was just saying, I've definitely had moments where hearing that I felt like Emma's dad, if you know what I mean. Like, I've done that myself. And I'm like, really, it's really good to hear and be aware, because it's like, I can now see how that must feel to a child. I've done it so many times myself. So I feel like, having heard that, I'm going to be so conscious to walk in the door, or when my son, comes and sees me, not to say, hang on, which I do all the time. But it's like really good to be aware of that, because I think, like we heard, I'm sure Emma's dad didn't realize he was doing that either. And so that's really, really, made me think.
Awesome. How do you feel? She's crying. She's crying.
Cry. No, I'm missing my little boy now just for that reason, because I just want to go and cuddle him. Longest I've been away from him since he was born, so just that was
okay.
just what I needed.
He'll be driving over here in a month or two. He's very advanced.
He's quite advanced.
Okay.
But I think that's what I needed.
I'm gonna tell you how I feel. I feel something called Yiddish Nachas. So it's a Jewish phrase that means I'm taking pride in other people's success. Right now, I am immensely proud of the way everybody's shown up here today. And I know you, almost all of you, extremely well. And what we've created here today is something that didn't exist before and that is greater than the sum of its parts. And so I am looking forward to sharing the next part of your journey with you. I love tutoring and qualified tutor and all of our endeavors and growing and sharing and building something awesome together. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
I'm still alive, but you know that we might still get burned. The fire is raging. Wanna run again. Rip me out and let me breathe again. I'm broken inside, but I'm still alive. Yeah, I'm still alive. The fire is raging. The fire is raging. It's a carousel of words run away.